Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Joint Standing Committee on Taxation. We are starting off our day with continued work on the budget, the supplemental budget proposal, and any other comments that committee members need to make will happen as they do naturally in this room. I'm going to turn it over to my co-chair for introductions.
Good morning, everyone. I am the Senator's co-chair, and I will introduce myself. I am Dan Sayre, the representative for House District 135, which is the greater part of the great town of Kennebunk.
Good morning. My name is Ann Matlack. I represent House District 43, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, and part of Owl's Head, all in Knox County.
Hello, I'm Tracy Quint. I represent House District 8, 47 communities in Washington, Aroostook, and Penobscot counties. And my apologies, but I'll be bouncing out for a dentist appointment. I would much rather be here in tax committee.
Good morning, I'm Scott Harriman, representing House District 94, which is part of Lewiston.
Good morning, Russ White, House District 13, which is Ellsworth, Waltham, and Fletcher's Landing.
Hi, Gary Freeman, and with a nod to Rep. Sayre, I represent the complete towns of Bar Harbor, Lemoyne, Mount Desert, and the Cranberry Isles, and they're all great towns.
Good morning, Bruce Bickford. I represent Senate District 20, Auburn, Poland, New Gloucester, and Durham.
Thank you. Representative Swallow, if you'd like to introduce yourself, even though I just introduced you kind of.
Good morning. I'm Gregory Swallow, House District 7, which is Holton, Linneus, New Limerick, Ludlow, and Oakfield. And I do have a shout out this morning, and that is due to the budget hearings we're having here in the proceedings. And that's to all the Amish community members in my district, knowing how their lifestyle is so different and how they budget. Not that anyone can hear me because they don't have electricity, but I'm going to give a shout out anyway.
They can feel it. I appreciate that. I'm Nicole Grahowski. I represent Senate District 7, which is 22 communities in Hancock and Knox counties. Today, I'm going to shout out the end of the alphabet for me, which is Verona Island, a small but mighty community with a bridge on both sides. It's kind of cool. We also have our committee analyst here with us today, Jessica Griswold, and we have Andy, I believe, yes, on loan. But not sad to be here, as I understand it, from the Transportation Committee, while our clerk is over in the State and Local Government Committee. So we're having a little swap up today. And also we have Director Chris Nolan here from OFPR. So we are going to resume our work on LD 2212. So I'm going to open up a work session on that bill. I do believe it looked like our analyst was catching up on missed votes. So hopefully everyone who's in this room is caught up, and we'll try to make sure we find everybody else before we're done here. But where we left off, as I recall, was with part O, which was it O? I think it was O. Try to get all my papers out, which was the governor's proposal related to the business equipment tax reimbursement program. So many files. So people need a refresher on what this proposal was. I would just point out that I think the commissioner's testimony from February 19th is probably the most helpful place to see the fiscal impact of the proposal and have more information about it. Director Nolan, is there anything you would want to contribute as we start this conversation? Or you don't want to contribute, but you will?
No, that's actually where I would suggest you look is keep open the commissioner's testimony with if there are good explanations of all the provisions in there. So
So, Mr. Nolan, we're ready when you are. If there are opening remarks you wanted to share, or if there are questions from members of the committee for Mr. Nolan. Senator Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Part O is really pretty self-explanatory. Reimbursements are 50% for taxes paid during calendar year 2025. The final returns must be filed by March 1st, 2027. And the final reimbursements under the program on or before November 1st, 2027. Basically, it's killing the better program. And I'm going to make a motion to move this out, to not approve the supplemental budget part O.
We have a motion. Do we have a second? I saw Representative White first. Any discussion of the motion? Representative Friedman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that this is probably a recommendation from the governor whose time has come. This is an old program. Many of the benefits go to retailers, which, as pointed out in the commissioner's testimony, are going to be located where the market is, whether there's a tax break or not. So in many cases, we're providing subsidies for large corporations like Hannaford and Walmart that don't really need those subsidies to continue doing business in Maine. And many of the companies that receive this benefit are very large corporations with billions of dollars in revenue. And I don't believe that the state needs to continue to subsidize them. In fact, it's very hard for me to believe that that the subsidies of better are required to pad their bottom lines and stay in Maine, because you're talking about hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars for companies that are making billions. And then even some of the local Maine companies that benefit from this, like Hancock Lumber and Hammond Lumber, they seem to be doing quite well because they're rapidly expanding their footprint in Maine, buying up other outlets, consolidating their share of the market. And I don't believe that the state needs to be subsidizing those companies. So I think that the governor's proposal is reasonable. It doesn't make the cut completely, but starts with a 50% cut in FY27 and then repeals the program in FY28. So I will be voting against the motion on the floor. Thank you.
Senator Bickford. Oh, sorry, that's me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to push back on that a little bit. The razor thin margins that companies like Hannaford and Shaw's have. In Hannaford, for example, we're going to put $1.7 million back on the people that buy groceries. They're going to have to absorb that $1.7 million because their profit margins are so slim that they're going to have to do that by raising prices. LePage Bakeries. Not only are you going to pay more at the grocery store, you're going to pay more when you buy bread at any store. VIP, you're going to pay more for parts for your car. Element Technologies in Lewiston, great example. 5 years ago, they were really considering relocating their Lewiston manufacturing plant because they have another one in another state, and they were going to consolidate because Maine was getting so unpredictable for them. For them, it's $43,000, and that could be the straw that knocks them out of Lewiston and takes 200 jobs away. Little places, small places, Pineland Farms in New Gloucester, $8,500. Pineland Farms doesn't have a big budget. I could go on and on, but all these costs are going to be passed on to the consumer. I don't see how Bell Farms, $1,100. It's not a lot, but all they do is grow produce. What are they going to do? $1,100, that could really devastate them.
Thank you, Senator. So I saw Representative Harriman and then Representative Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to speak to the costs being passed on, the costs are already being borne by the consumers of Maine through their taxes by these subsidies going to companies.
Representative Quinn.
Thank you. So I read through the testimony in opposition, and this getting rid of better, it affects so many different businesses within our state, like a broad variety of them. But I'm looking at specifically when we're looking at our mills and the amount of money that they invest in. And we told them if they invested, they would be able to do this. And it wasn't until the budget where we have this being removed. It wasn't an either or situation. It's just like it goes away with Pine Tree Development, like I'd mentioned before. In Dorrigo, there was a replacement. When we took something away, we had another program for them to go into. There is no other program for them to go into. It's just suddenly, we made the commitment and we're taking it away. And I think most of the people in this committee know that I'm not a huge tax credit person. Like, I vote against them. And the fact that I'm voting for this shows just how important this is in those areas. I'm not one to just give away the taxpayer money. But one of the things that I wanted to point out, if I may, I mean, I could read little sentences from each of these, from Indy Paper about the Rumford Mill, Woodland Pulp. It spreads beyond just these industries. It will affect all of the woods industry that feed into this. I mean, it has repercussions that go way beyond just looking at one company and saying this is what they're getting and what they're doing. But in the Retailer Association of Maine, if you don't mind me just sharing something, it talks about neighboring states, New Hampshire and Massachusetts, that don't even tax most of the machinery and equipment. I mean, we're dealing in a market that the margins are close, and there are other places to go because of the whole global market. There are other places to go. And truthfully, in the areas, especially when it comes to the woods industries, because I'm more familiar with that. If I was in an area where we had a larger retail, I would be able to speak to that more. But I definitely have to speak up for the way this would affect our woods operations and what they're going through right now. They are barely maintaining as it is. They are huge employers, and people working in those industries, they've done it for years to expect like, oh, well, if it closes, they'll just change to something else. That's not practical to expect that when you've had people working in a mill or the woods industry for the number of years that they have. So I really just wanted to make sure to highlight that, and that you're hearing the extreme concern. You all know that I'm not a person that really votes for credits for anyone. this is something they already have and we're taking it away. And I'm absolutely opposed to doing that.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. I wanted to point out that Peter Lacy from MRS is available on Zoom. I, for one, would be interested in hearing. Oh, but isn't this a form of property tax?
And swallow. Yes, please swallow.
Okay. And in the interim, I understand Representative Swallow. Please go ahead. All right. Thank you, Rep. Swallow. Waiting for Peter Lacy to appear on the screen. Folks have raised somewhat different concern for the category of retail taxpayers and non-retail taxpayers. And when Mr. Lacy is ready to join us, I would like to, I recall in previous discussions of this matter that there was a request for some breakdown. We have in front of us a document that lists 742 entities that pay a total of $17.8 million in better, I'm sorry, receive $17.8 million in credit reimbursement for the better payment currently. That is an average of $24,000 per entity, but with a very wide range of credit reimbursement values from 1.7 million for Hannaford on the large end down to $6 for Mahogany Inc. in Camden. That's what we call a long tail in a distribution. Mr. Lacy, if you would, well, first off, welcome. Would you introduce yourself? And then I think we have some questions for you for context.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Peter Lacy. I'm the Director of Property Tax at Maine Revenue Services.
So if I may kick off the questions for you, there was some interest in the committee in trying to distinguish in total terms how much of the value of better is currently going to retailers as opposed to non-retail entities. I recall asking also whether it was possible to break this down by industry, at least in sort of rough. Oh, and we've been handed a document.
Yeah, I
And I
believe Dr. Allen
does
put
just
some
that.
information together that gave some kind of rough breakouts of retail versus kind of manufacturing and other categories. I'm hoping that's what you've been handed anyway.
Indeed, we have. I was focused on the screen, did not see what was at my elbow. So yeah, if I may, for the benefit of those in the room, the breakdown is roughly 45.6% manufacturing, 35.4% retail trade. That just so happens to add up almost neatly to 80%. And the remaining 20% is divided in large chunks to wholesale trade, real estate and rental and leasing. Accommodation and food services is 2.2%, and then several other categories much smaller than that, starting with utilities at or very small numbers, utilities at 1.2, agriculture at 1%, kind of negligible amounts below that. So yes, we have that information. Having received an answer to the question that I was otherwise going to ask Mr. Lacy, are there other questions for Mr. Lacy from members of the committee? Yes, Representative Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lacy, under retail trade, would distribution centers for places like Hannaford, Shaw's, et cetera, warehousing and distribution, would that be included in retail?
That would not, no. So the definition of retail requires an actual kind of retail location where somebody's purchasing something or renting something. So so distribution centers, many of the distribution centers that we have kind of around the state. Most of those are going to be in Betty at this point, unless they happen to have some older equipment. But the majority of the kind of newer distribution centers have all been shifted into the Betty program at this point. So
Thank you.
Senator Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is, we were handed out LD 1019 from the governor's budget in FY 16-17 and again in 18-19. What's the purpose of this paper? Who handed this to us?
Dr. Allen, please join us. Please introduce yourself.
Morning, my name is Michael Allen. I'm the Associate Commissioner for Tax Policy in the Department of Administrative and Financial Services. So at the public hearing, I can't remember if it was a member of tax or AFA or maybe both had asked for a history of other proposals to make changes to the Better program. And so at least in recent memory, these are the three proposals. The second and third proposals, LD 1019, which was the governor's FY 16-17 biennial budget submission, and LD 390, which was the governor's FY 18-19 biennial budget submission. Those were basically the same proposals.
Okay, and they both failed?
They were part of a broader tax reform proposal that, yes, did not.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Senator Grahowski.
It's kind of fun. I am curious, Dr. Allen, or maybe Mr. Lacy, around, and I know I missed some of the conversation, but I have personally have an interest. I really, I think it's important. Our legacy sort of manufacturing industries, they are competing in a global market. And I would like to keep them in Maine, and I feel that they do have a different reason for having this sort of preferential tax treatment in my mind compared to retail. But I'm curious, with all these other items that are below retail in this list, you had made the point, Dr. Allen, around, retail is located where it has a market to sell the things that it wants to sell. Of these items that are below it, are there some that you feel are more like manufacturing in terms of incentivizing investment in technology and job creation versus retail, which is essentially helping with the bottom line, maybe more than an economic decision point for a retailer? I'm just curious where the rest of those fall in your thinking on that differentiation.
So the industry classification on this table is based on how the business classifies themselves. So for instance, you could have a retailer that is their primary business, but they may have a manufacturing facility, or they could have a warehouse. And as Peter pointed out, the property in that manufacturing facility or in the warehouse distribution center would fall under the Betty program. And so it would only be the retail sale, property in a retail sales facility, a place people go and shop and make their purchases and so forth, that would no longer be eligible for Better reimbursement. But if a retailer continued to have a manufacturing facility or warehousing or distribution, that property would continue to be eligible for the Betty program.
I think like a follow-up question. So if I look at a line randomly, healthcare and social assistance, I mean, I know that's not a big portion of the total amount, but obviously that impacts some businesses. Just thinking off the top of my head, it seems like healthcare and social assistance is located where it's located because that's where a service needs to be provided.
With their customer base.
Right.
Yeah.
And so I guess what I'm getting at is it from a from a policy perspective, is it appropriate to split all of these beneficiaries? Can they be split into two groups? Or is it really more like this and there's nuances between all of them? Two groups being, one, you are located where you're located because that's where the business is. You know, that's the people you're serving are there, or you're located where you're located because historically there's been a paper mill there and right now it's still economically feasible to be there, but you're a global industry. And if it isn't economically feasible anymore, then you're going to go somewhere else. Like, could these all be split into those two camps, if you will?
I mean, I think everything that falls below, sort of below maybe the healthcare and social assistance could be are located where they are to meet a customer base. But I wouldn't say that exclusively, and everything else above that may have operations that could be put any place. They don't necessarily have to be in Maine. But again, it's more, I think, trying to focus in on the property property that is mobile, could be any place. That like a manufacturing equipment, high-tech equipment, a warehouse, a distribution center, that type of equipment that could go any place. That's eligible for the Betty program now and would continue to be eligible for the Betty program after this. It's any sort of property that's in a retail sales facility. Again, someplace where somebody's going to receive a service or to purchase goods and so forth, that is there to meet a customer base, is what's would no longer be eligible for Better and is not and will not be eligible for Betty under the proposal.
Thank you, Dr. Allen, Representative Matlack, and then Representatives.
Thank you, sir. Good morning, Dr. Allen.
Come on.
In the back of my head, whenever I thought about the retail side of the Better program, I thought about the large the facilities, for example, in Aroostook County, that provide the large equipment to the Woodlands programs, the projects that are up there. And so that's where I thought the benefit would be to those who are providing services to those who harvest the wood that goes into the pulp mills and so forth. But this shows me that it's not necessarily just those places that provide those kinds of services. It's other services. Is that true?
When you say services, do you
Retail trade. The service I was thinking about for the retail trade was selling those large pieces of equipment to the industry. And I assumed in my heart of hearts that that's what that was for the provision of equipment and repair of that equipment and so forth, for the folks who were feeding the manufacturing plants. I guess I misunderstood what this was all about.
I mean, certainly if you are a retailer that's selling heavy equipment and you can see the fourth category down, real estate rental and leasing, a lot of that rental and leasing is from the leasing of heavy equipment and so forth. They would be considered to be those facilities would be considered as a retail sales facility and would not be eligible for Better going forward or Betty.
Thank you. When they apply for this program and when they apply for the credit, do they have to show that they have a nexus with business equipment? Do they have to show that they manufacture it or service it or paint it or something like that? Or is it just there's no requirement of that sort?
Peter can probably answer that question much better than I can.
Yeah, so the business equipment that's actually being reimbursed under the Better program is the equipment of the retailer itself, or the manufacturer, but it's not, there's no requirement that they are servicing business equipment itself. It's the equipment that the retailer is using to conduct their business of being a retailer. And so that could be, in the case of obviously Hannaford's on the list, that's the equipment they use to sell us produce or whatever. So.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Swallow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Allen, just for clarification, tell me if I've got this wrong, okay? So we're looking at retail trade again, and you said some retailers may have some manufacturing operations. Manufacturing in that case, though the retail part wouldn't be, the manufacturing would be going forward available for the Betty program.
It has been available under the Betty. Betty has been available to them since Betty was created in 2005, and it would continue to be available to them. It's the property is being used in manufacturing, therefore it's eligible for Betty.
So I guess the question is, if they had the manufacturing arm of this retail sector, but the manufacturing facility is pre-Betty, it's going to have to be equipment that's post-Betty to get into that program. Am I correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yes, they could still have some equipment in that manufacturing facility that was put in prior to 2007. And is in the Better program, and they would lose reimbursement on that as well.
Thank you, Representative Swallow. In the interim, we have been graced with the presence of an additional representative. Would you like to introduce yourself?
I apologize for being late. I am State Representative Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 67, which is Fairfield and Benton. If you don't mind, if I can ask a question, I have been listening online, by the way.
Oh, nice. Please,
At
please
least
go
for the
ahead.
last 20 minutes on the drive. I guess my biggest concern, I've been watching this, is how things will change for not just if we get rid of this. I was looking, and I was just looking to try, oh, there it is right there. I was just looking for the businesses that it affects. And there are businesses in my area, there's businesses in all of our areas that this would actually affect. So one of the concerns I have is if we start picking and choosing and pulling pieces out, we pull a retail out, doesn't necessarily mean that that's all they're dealing with. So I'm actually going to support the motion that I heard Senator Bickford make while I was online. Because I think we need to keep the Better program. I just think that we're taking away from people that it's already been set up. If you're looking further down the road, giving them a chance to look at things, but we're looking at like cutting these businesses off, and I have some concerns with that. And I know that we go all the way down. Yes, when I had looked at these last week, going all the way down to like $6, $7, $8, $15. But it's that the ones that we need to start looking at is some of, look at in the middle of the road on some of these. That does make a difference to these companies, to small businesses. So I guess I'm more concerned about that, and I would support the motion that's currently on the floor.
Thank you, Representative Senator Grahowski.
Thank you. And I appreciate what you've said, Representative Rudnicki, around like what I would interpret to be sort of business planning around sort of down the road versus this is happening tomorrow. And that's been something I've been mulling over. A question I have for you, Dr. Allen, or maybe it's Peter. I just throw it out there. Let us know. If we were to bifurcate this program and there's the section on non-retail property placed in service between April 195 and April 107. Can we just move that into the Betty program, that particular equipment? What would be the implications of doing that?
So on that history that I provided you,
Yep.
that was actually the proposal in Governor LePage's FY 14-15 biennial budget. It was to move sort of the manufacturing equipment that's eligible for Betty from the Better program into the Betty program, provide some enhanced reimbursement to municipalities in the early years of that transition, and then return to the 50% enhanced, if you're in an enhanced reimbursement town, more than 50%, but and then just stop the program for retail property. But I think that the concern there was some of the municipalities have some significant property that would now go from paying 100% of the tax to the town and having the state reimburse the business to now paying zero tax to the municipality and the state only reimbursing the municipality at 50%.
Gotcha. So the least disruptive scenario for the municipalities would be to let that equipment stay in the Better program as opposed to move it into the Betty because of that 50% difference.
Correct.
Yeah, and some towns might not see any change and others might see a significant, relatively significant change. Okay, thank you. Back to your point, Representative Rudnicki, I guess, you know, I don't need to make any major statements about this, but I feel that there's a significant difference in people's decisions around locating a business in Maine between the non-retail property and the retail property. But I don't feel comfortable removing anyone from the program on the timeline that the governor has proposed. So I'm interested in sort of personally, I'm interested in separating the program into two parts, letting the non-retail run its course until it phases itself out, because eventually that equipment can't live forever. I don't think, maybe there's a challenge. And we've got a bridge in my district that they keep calling up Forever Bridge. And I'm like, I don't understand what that means. How's that possible? But, you know, and then for the retail property, doing a phase out, but starting that a couple of years from now, so that businesses, you know, have time to plan and sort of redo, you know, make any decisions with the knowledge that that's coming. That's sort of where I'm landing, because I don't think that, I mean, we'll talk about the property tax task force later, but one thing that came up time and time again that resonated with me was you always need to look at your exemptions. You need to look at them regularly. You need to see if they're meeting the moment, you know, compared to when they were put in place. And I'm not convinced that the Better program for the retail property is creating an economic signal that is necessary. Now, other people can disagree with that, but that's why I'm interested in splitting it and doing a slower phase in, because I do think in the out years of our budget situation, that could be, it could prove to be an important thing to set into motion or not, but that's what I'm thinking about.
You were supposed to talk longer, so I had the opportunity to do a little math here. In the interim, Rep Swallow, thank you.
Thank you. If you like, I can run on for a while. To me, it's a question of credibility, and separating businesses out of this one's worthy and this one isn't really somehow bothers me. And retail isn't what it once was necessarily. I mean, there is competition in retail from out of state, and a lot of small retailers get that with the advent of the internet, et cetera, and what continues to go on. So it's not clear and concise to me, that bifurcation between retail and other. But beyond that, I think businesses need to know that we have credibility in this state and we have somewhat of a stable tax policy, and we're going to do what we say we're going to do. And when I look at this, I look at the big picture. And the big picture is, and I'll give an actual example, is I have in my district, a business who's in this program, Better, and they are I would call them, they're retail and manufacturing. So I don't know how they're classified. They are both. There's no question. And this particular business has been caught in 2023. When you look at the big picture, in 2023, their electric bill for stranded costs was about $12,400. In 2024, that went up to 71,000 and some odd change in 1 year, their stranded costs, because the PUC decided we're going to put less on the consumer and more on the businesses. And I think the businesses can stand just so much, and every little bit that's put on them is an aggravation. And it doesn't show consistency and stability in Maine's policy to businesses, which in the long run, I think is very, very serious, extremely serious. So in the big picture, I think this is just one more issue that we're going to have to deal with, and one more issue that hits our businesses and makes them question, why am I doing business in Maine necessarily? And can I depend on it? And what can I depend on? How do I cash flow? And am I going to be able to keep my employees, or am I going to have to lay some off, et cetera? And it's a big deal in some of these small communities that I have. So I'd like to see us continue with this. It's going to phase down. It's not going to be a large part of the budget in a few years, certainly not a large part of the budget in just a few years. So I think it's important that we keep it whole, we stay with it, and that the businesses know that doing business in Maine is important. And it's big it's not a lot in necessarily the agricultural industry, but it's a big deal in a lot of in forestry, and a lot of my people in the forestry industry are on the cusp. The forestry industry is hurting in the state of Maine right now. And this is the last thing we need to do is get rid of the Better program. So I'm supporting Senator Bickford's motion. And I think it's important that we keep tax stability in the state of Maine. Thank you.
Yeah. So two things. I'm going to pass the gavel back to Senator Prohaski because I just caught myself.
Grabbing it back, but I
I'm
can take it.
passing it back. Yes. Because I caught myself raising my hand. And so I would like to acknowledge myself before doing that. And note that Representative Rudnicki was after me. I genuinely love this committee because of the quality of conversation of real work that's going on right here. So many great points. I agree about that point about consistency is a very important point. And I will know, yesterday we talked a bit about, the issues with Social Security, which are beyond our control and not, that create a burden not of our making, and whether or not that's our responsibility to make up. And I'm thinking of all the provisions that we just dealt with yesterday, many of which are the very definition of inconsistency. They're things that are put in for 2 years, 4 years. They start 2 years out. So it certainly is not just us that gets into a state where we, no pun intended, state that we make a rule and then we change it. This is a program that has faced proposals to change it or sunset it multiple times from governors of different parties. I am noting the irony of reading a governor's biennial budget submission that makes a lot of sense to me, and it wasn't this governor. It was the predecessor governor, with whom points of agreement are hard for me to find sometimes. So with all that as preface, where I land on this is, let me just read into the record some highlights from the data. When Better was, we have an evaluation of these two programs because the goal is simplicity, consistency, clarity in our business taxation structure. And right now we're running two programs, which my way of thinking is one too many. But they do different things. They land on different industries differently. And I was thoroughly persuaded that now would be a very bad time to do anything to harm our forest products industry. In other bills, I've been trying to create incentives for new markets for those products. Why would we be hurting the existing markets for those products? So I, like the senator, see great value in taking parts of this program, looking at parts of this program separately. The other thing I wanted to share is that Better is on a long, slow decline. In 2009, it cost the taxpayer 66 million, whereas Bet-E cost the taxpayer 8 million. Those numbers have flipped. Now the Bet-E is costing the taxpayer 76 million and Better is costing 17 million. The combined value of the tax benefit to business has steadily increased from 74 million in 2009 to 93 million in 2025. So this is not about killing a tax benefit for business. It is about making an adjustment to that. By my calculation, $6 million of the 17 million, roughly speaking, that we're talking about is attributable to retail. As the Representative Harriman put it, it's not debating whether the consumer is picking up this cost. It's just where the consumer is picking up this cost, in a tax exemption that we cover in the other taxes that we pay, or in the cost of products that we purchase from retailers if they were to pass 100% of the cost back onto this. The impact on retailers, if we were to do it overnight, which I also don't agree with, would be to push that $6 million cost back on the retailer prospectively to the consumer, which for our 1.4 million Mainers works out to, what is that, $4 a Mainer per year. So long way around to say, I totally get the argument that we need to protect consistency with the capital investment with some of our industries that have a very substantial capital investment, very long-term use of that capital, and not change the rules on them abruptly. But I am open to supportive of Senator Grahowski's recommendation that we look at ending Better for retailers on some sort of multi-year phase out, because it's phasing out anyway.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to make a point here. When we got this original list on the companies that take effect, I decided to count how many of these companies actually have the state listed as Maine. And I only went down to counting to any of the businesses getting $1,000 or more. There are 370 Maine businesses that this affects, just to the $1,000 back. So those are businesses that use Maine as their base. I'm not, I didn't count anything that said Maine on here is what I counted, and I could be off on my count, but when we're looking at that many businesses all across the state that can directly affect, we have to take that into account too. And the other thing that I'll give you an example here, because my husband was employed by General Electric for 38 years. He just retired. And General Electric here is on the list. They buy machines that cost $1 million for one machine, and they keep them for 20 plus years. And when you look at a company like that, for many times over the last 38 years that he's worked there, I can't tell you how many times the concern has been them leaving Maine. And that is something that had always been talked about. He actually trained people from Mexico at one point where they were talking about moving the business to Mexico. When my husband started at GE, they had a big hiring. They hired over 600 people in the Bangor plant. And it has reduced since then. And I do think that these companies like this, they will pick up stakes if they're not finding that Maine is accommodating on the tax purposes. And that affects, and it's not just the businesses that when that happens is gonna leave, those businesses, it affects all of us. It affects the small convenience store that's near that manufacturing plant that people go to for, to grab their lunch, grab a sandwich. That's Sappy. There's 2 small stores just down the street from Sappy that they get those type of, we're all affected. That's why everybody's been concerned about Sappy and the rivers and all that, is because it goes outward. It's not just the people that work there, it's everybody around it. So I do think that this, if we do away with this program, it is going to have a drastic effect all across the state. It's going to have unintended consequences that we're not looking at, and we have to take that into consideration. Thank you.
Before we continue, I just want to kind of reorient us to, if we need more information before we have a vote. We've certainly heard a lot of positions. But I think I'm personally feeling like ready, we can vote, but if people need more information, Senator Bickford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to push back a little bit on Representative Harriman made a point that this money is being paid for by the taxpayer. So this 6.3 million to the retail trade in the Better program, where are the taxpayers going to see that savings? We are taking right now all of the budget surplus, and we are taking hundreds of millions of dollars out of the rainy day fund. So the taxpayer is not getting this 6.3 million. I got to push back on that. And business in Maine needs predictability. They need clarity, and they need to know that we're not going to change every 2 years tax policy on them, because if we do, we're in for a rude awakening one of these days.
And again, in the interest of moving us along, I mean, we've already voted things that save taxpayers money, such as the standard deduction, many other things. So it's not our job to balance that budget, but I do think the tax committee is signaling around tax savings to Maine individual income taxpayers and corporate income taxpayers, as we discussed yesterday. Nobody has to agree with that. That's just my perspective. Carrying on, I just want to say before Representative Swallow, I am not going to support the motion. I'm going to make, after we vote, I'm going to make a proposal that we allow the non-retail property placed in service in that time period to continue, and that everyone else in the program be phased out in 2029 at 50%, and then 2030 at 0%. And I'll repeat that, but I just want folks to know what I'm putting out there in case that interests you, then you can vote accordingly. Representative Swallow. And then Representative Sayer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is somewhat tangential, but recently in my district, there's a company that's looking at making an $800 million investment. And they've since canceled that $800 million investment and gone somewhere else. And now they're laying off people. It's just a big deal. 20 in January. And so what I'm getting at here is sometimes it's what you don't see. And if you don't have consistency and et cetera in your tax policy, sometimes it's the opportunity cost of what didn't happen. You don't see that, but it's real. And businesses do look at that, large businesses, over the long term when they make decisions. Now, the decision that was made on the expansion has nothing to do, obviously, with this program. It does not. I'm not saying it does. But there is an opportunity cost sometimes that we don't see. And I just want to make that point. Thank you.
Fair. Representative Sarah?
Again, I've been caught listening, and
That's good to listen.
I had wanted to just offer a couple of contextual points to things that I've heard in the debate. One is that I appreciate standing up for $133,000 tax break for General Electric. But that's in the context of a corporation that had revenue of $45.9 billion in 2025, an 18% increase from the year before. So it's really hard for me to think that that $133,000 is best spent by the revenue committee, on an incentive to GE compared to other needs of Maine people. Now, having said that, I think GE is the kind of entity that I'm saying leave them alone. So I'm saying that more because of what I said previously about high capital intensity, long value of capital, and to Rep. Swallow's point, consistency of our business environment. But I did just want to make the point that we are reducing the argument to, or in some cases, basing the argument on just a tiny, tiny, tiny fraction of what that organization is focused on. I also wanted to just rebut quickly what Senator Bickford was saying. Again, not as an indication of my support of the policy, but that he mentioned spending hundreds of millions from the rainy day fund. And that's a proposal to literally put those dollars in the pockets of Maine people. So I don't see how that's an example of I'm
All right, I don't want
not
to
debating the
debate.
merits. I don't want to open that up, but I just had to add that context since that policy
Yeah.
was raised by another member of this committee.
Well,
And I am
and I
also
don't want to
not ready
debate
to
the
vote.
use of the rainy day fund, nor do I want anyone to assume that because the governor proposed something like that, that means there's a we that is the legislature doing it, right? So all that.
Fair.
Rep. White, what you got?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I don't speak frequently, as you know.
I do. I'm very excited
Um,
to know.
But one of the things that Rep. Sayer just said that kind of made me click. Yes, GE makes a ridiculous amount of money. Walmart Corporation makes a ridiculous amount of money. All of these companies are going to make that ridiculous amount of money, whether they're located in the state of Maine or not. What I'm looking at, and one of the reasons I'm going to base my vote the way that I am, is based on the fact that we have people that work for those companies here in the state of Maine. And if they decide to, GE is a perfect example because they have multiple locations across the country that they can move that plant to in the blink of an eye. And I was talking to Rep. Friedman, Walmart, are they going to close all the stores in Maine? No, they're not going to do that. Might they reduce the amount of stores that they have where they have some that are in close proximity to the others because of costs that are becoming prohibited to them? They could do that. And in one store alone, you're talking a couple hundred jobs gone. So to me, that cost, and as we're saying, it's going down year over year, I think that the program should stay intact just as a way of maintaining the jobs that we have for those people in the state of Maine. That's just my thought.
Thank you, Rep. White. I had Representative Sayer and then Representative Quinn.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate all that. And this is a yes and to what you said, because those companies that could relocate an industrial plant, not in the blink of an eye. I mean, it's billions of dollars and it's long, but could pull up stakes. Those are ones I'm saying leave alone. And retailers who operate here because the market's here, and to whatever extent we're raising their cost base, and I'm sort of calculating it out to be tiny when it ultimately hits the main consumer, it's not as good an investment, in my view, of a tax expenditure to create these tiny fragmentary remaining credits to retail businesses when you compare it to the substantial, we're talking about rural hospitals closing and other things in the state budget. And by reducing the revenue expenditure here, we don't get to make that decision, but it does create the space for some of the other priorities that we have as a state. Would I prefer to raise the homestead exemption for seniors or something like that? Yes, absolutely, I would. And, in a balanced budget environment, everything is a trade-off. So that's my context for looking at a portion of this, but certainly not the piece that you referenced, rightly so. And that Representative Swallow has made, the point a couple of times now about providing consistency to companies that make major capital investments for the long term in the state. That's where I'm at on this. Thank you.
Rep. Quinn.
Thank you. And I'm been very happy to have this conversation. Really great points being made. And thank you, Representative Swallow, for bringing up the retail side of it in my district. I understand the way that this is in effect in larger towns, cities, well, if you want to really call it a city, but larger areas compared to where my district is and the impact that Better can also have on the retail there. I don't think we're changing anyone's mind at all. And so like, I'm absolutely ready to vote on this because I do want to be able to vote on it before I go to the dentist. But but I also, because I love our conversations, I don't want to cut anyone off at all. But once again, I don't think we're changing anyone's mind. I truly appreciate the way the entire committee has looked at this. And while we may not agree on all of it, I really am grateful for the discussion and that it wasn't just boom, one side or the other saying, we're just not going to do this. It is a problem. We're both coming at it from a different direction in the way that we believe that things work, and that's fine. But just really thank you for taking the time because in my area, doing away with it completely would be an would just destroy the area. So thank you.
Thank you, Representative Quinn. And I just want to say, I know sometimes I'm like, okay, guys, we got to kind of, and it's not because I don't want to hear from folks. It's just because it's my role to make sure we get out of here every day and not keep our staff till midnight. Senator Bickford.
Very quick question. Thank you, Madam Chair. Very quick question for you. When you were talking about, you were going to make a motion after we vote to what you expect. And I just want to be clear, how would you parse out a company that has both retail and manufacturing in the same building? Have you got that ironed out?
Yeah, so I think that what we heard from Dr. Allen is it's not so much about designating is the business in or out. The way the program works is it's non-retail property placed in service between 4195 and 4107. So if they have that property, we know that that is why it's eligible for Better. That would carry forward. Doesn't matter who is the type of business that has the non-retail property.
Just retail.
So I would just say we have this, there's two tracks in Better. There's the non-retail property placed in service between those dates, and there's everything else. So my proposal, which I would not do through a motion, but rather like, here's the report I want to be on, right? Would be that the non-retail property placed in service continues on the Better program. Everything that is not that phases out, but a couple years from now.
Thank you.
Yep.
Right.
Okay, well, it's good to have the clarity. So Senator Bickford has moved O out, as my understanding of the motion. All those in favor of that motion, please indicate by raising your hands. We have Representative Swallow, Representative Quint, Representative Rudnicki, Senator Bickford, and Representative White. All those who are opposed, Representative Harriman, Representative Matlack, Representative Sayer, Senator Houski, and Representative Friedman. For me, and we'll see where everyone else lands, I'm going to just reiterate what I had said before, that my proposal, what I'd like to move into the budget is that non-retail property placed in service between 4195 and 4107 continue to be eligible for the Better program, and that all other property in the Better program be phased out at 50% on August 1st, 2029, and at 100% on January 1st, 2030. And that was just shifting the dates that Maine Revenue Service or the governor had proposed forward 3 years from what they had proposed. For those who voted against the motion to move the budget item out, do you want to join me on that report or not?
Yes.
If yes, raise your hands, then we'll be more clear. Okay, so it is those of us that voted against the motion. Any questions from our, okay. Good luck, you got this.
Okay.
Okay, so that concludes the work on part language part O. So I think that we should take up part N, which is the pass-through entity tax. Just so members know, I think Senator Bickford, you had a conflict sometime around noon.
Yeah, around 4.
Yep, and I have to join the EUT committee around noon for a little bit. So I'm gonna propose we work until then and then take a lunch break, come back, talk about property taxes, and then resume with the budget after that. Just so folks know what the timeline is. Part N, pass-through entity tax. And for entity, oh, clever. Well, we have K for conformity. M for homestead. We're working this, we're trying.
Oh my.
Yeah. Or as somebody testified, I think, I'm here on parts N and O, but I'm not a no to both or something. Somebody said in the public hearing. Anyhow, part N, PTET. I think maybe the best scenario is to have Maine Revenue Services come up and update us on conversations that have been ongoing with the CPAs and sort of reorient us to where the decisions need to still be made. What's that, Chris? I'm interested in hearing from Maine Revenue Services first, especially because I think we need to give Olga a little time to get here from where else she is.
There it's 191.
Yeah, well, I think what's happened is 191 ultimately would probably just stick whatever language we agree with on the budget into 191 and move them on parallel tracks. But the CPAs had, well, they had presented an updated version of the governor's proposal with some red line. And so Maine Revenue Services, I think, had an opportunity to look at that more since Thursday. So if you want to come right up, Daniel D'Alessandro, please do. I know. And also, Daniel, I think we got an additional handout yesterday from the CPAs that hopefully you all got. I don't think it had any language changes in it, but maybe it had a different side by side.
Hello,
Hi, help us out. Where are we at?
my name's Daniel D'Alessandro. I'm Deputy Tax Policy Counsel in the Office of Tax Policy. You did receive a handout from the CPAs yesterday, and I think that side by side is what we should be looking at this point. That lays it out there.
Right, so hopefully this is looking familiar to committee members.
Yeah.
No, it was an update to that dated March 2nd. So they gave us the front page was an amendment that was dated February 26th, 2026, and it was paper clipped with, mine was blue. We got a version control issue here. We're going to try to get to the bottom of. So I had received a couple items that were paper clipped together yesterday at the end of our work session. And they could be in your 191 folder. one of them was an amendment. Mine was in blue dated February 26th, but I think it was the same as the red line. One that we had gotten a couple days prior. There was also a chart that was dated March 2nd. And it had like 3 items highlighted, kind of looked like this. Nope. We'll get there. Rep. Friedman has found his. No. Too much paperwork.
Oh, all right.
She was next about it, calling it paperwork, so.
I'm on mic.
I got the new one.
Perfect, okay. I know we received it, but we didn't talk about it. It just kind of got passed out at the end. It should have been on your desk then. Oh, let's see. Who does not have it?
I haven't found it yet.
Okay.
It's not the best remedy.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes.
Why I need it.
We find that same thing in the folder.
Oh, yeah. That I do see.
Possibly it's like, could it just be loose on your desk? No, was very, okay, well,
It can be loose in my folder, I can tell you that. That's it. Hi.
okay.
Oh, I was looking at that there.
Yeah, so the top of it was an amendment that had a blue edits, but then paperclip to it was this other stuff.
Okay, see, I was looking.
Got
for
it.
that one with black
Yes.
border.
Yes, no. We almost all maybe have it.
Yay. Good.
Step 1, everyone looking at the same document.
If anybody needs them, just take them out.
We could pilfer from Senator Tipping if necessary.
Rocket.
Rep. Crockett. Okay, who is still looking for theirs? Do you need one, Rep. Matlock?
That's what it started.
100%. Okay. And hopefully nobody else will come in the room anymore. Because we have to find them more papers. Okay, thank you for your patience. So we have this packet which had the language changes proposed from the CPA last week and then a different side-by-side comparison. So that's what we're gonna look at with Daniel.
So just generally, I think the language needs a little bit of work, but once the committee makes their decisions, we're happy to work with the CPAs and the analysts to make sure any amendment language comes together. If you look at this side-by-side chart that the CPAs handed out, under who may elect, I don't believe there's any disagreement on who may elect or the tax rate at the entity level. You can hear it directly from them as well.
Yeah. I think that the only places that they flagged disagreement were the 3 that were highlighted in yellow.
Right, so the owner is eligible for the PTET and the amount of credit. I think that's the same. There aren't any amendments to those. The due date for Q4 estimated tax payments, there is an amendment of that due date. The question was whether to align with the corporate due dates because it's an entity tax or the individual due dates because we're coming from the individual pass-through system. The CPAs would prefer to go with the individual due dates and we're fine with that. So that's part of the amended language. There's, right above it is a question about the reporting and whether we need the pass-through entity to report the amount of tax that they pay to other jurisdictions broken out by partner to us. I think the CPAs are looking for that amount to be aggregated, and we're looking for it to be broken out by partner. We don't need that for non-resident partners, but if we have that information for the resident partners, we're going to be able to process these returns more quickly. We'll be able to use automatic processes to match up that the amount the taxpayer is claiming is the same that the partnership is saying they should. This is, you can hear from them on that as well. So this is kind of lower on the list of the details. The one right above that is the interaction with other states' PTE taxes. This was the discussion of whether the individual partners should be able to receive a main state credit for taxes that are paid to New Hampshire by the PTE. It's not just New Hampshire. There are a few other jurisdictions that have that style of pass-through entity tax that has been outside of what Maine has allowed a credit for a number of years. You've heard quite a bit on that already. I don't have anything more to say, but you did ask for the revenue impact of that, of allowing that. And the number we have there is approximately $6 million annually.
That would be $6 million additional to the general fund, not a
That would be a reduction.
reduction,
That would be a reduction in revenue.
reduction in revenue. Okay.
Where does that show up on?
So that would be that first the lowest yellow highlight on the CPA's chart.
Yeah.
No, so that's what was requested the last time I was speaking about it.
Okay. And so you said loss of 6 million from what was estimated in the fiscal
Yes,
information we got from the commissioner's testimony.
yes. Okay. The one on above that is the tax base. And you heard a little bit about that from the CPAs last time. The question here is, should the pass-through entity pay tax on all their income or just on the income source to Maine? And if this were a traditional entity tax, that question would be completely clear that it should just be on income source to Maine. You've heard our corporate tax a number of times. We tax the income source to Maine. We use apportionment to get there, but we look just to what's in Maine. On the individual side, it's a little different. An resident individual would pay tax on all of their income and take a credit for taxes paid to other jurisdictions. And so I believe, want to hear directly from them, but I believe the CPAs are looking to keep that individual model brought over to this entity model. That gives us some pause. It's certainly out of the ordinary for an entity tax to apply extraterritorial. Other states have done it. This is not impossible. Other states have done it. They have structured their taxes that way, but that gives us some pause to be having an entity tax apply to non-Maine income. And functionally, what we see happening is if you have a Maine partner and this income is sourced out of state, the pass-through entity would pay the tax on, say, income source to Massachusetts. The individual's portion of it is going to be largely offset by a credit they get for the taxes paid to Massachusetts. So Maine isn't, at the end of the day, collecting any revenue or only little revenue on this income. It's primarily Massachusetts revenue. And so what would happen is the pass-through entity would pay us a tax. and we would just turn around and give that money back to the partner. Now it gets more complicated than that. Different tax rates, different tax systems means that's not the complete story. But that flow of revenue from one entity to the partner is something that you don't normally see from a revenue department. And when we're talking about these refundable credits, that's something we would then have to staff and make sure it lined up right. We're not just going to hand out money that we can't. So there's some level of concern there, some administrative burden. I believe there might be some benefit to the taxpayers, but at a reduced amount, as it's not quite the same level of benefit to the taxpayer as the PTET has in other circumstances. So that's one. I think we were estimated that would increase revenue to Maine by about $1 million a year if you took the CPA's recommendation there.
Can you repeat that? So this is under the tax base.
Yeah,
If we did what the CPAs have been proposed, it's an increase of 1 million annually.
approximately.
Okay.
And these would work together these are movements from the governor's proposal. If you pick and choose, they may move around a little bit.
Sure.
And so we have some concern with this one, but I wouldn't say that it's unadministrable. We have some constitutional concern, but we are seeing it in other states.
Can you clarify that? Is that a federal, like a US constitutional concern, not a state of Maine constitutional concern?
Right, the US, there are constitutional limits on a state taxing the extraterritorial income. This is elective, and so that mitigates it to some extent. And it
Whatever
is-
precedent was set, if there was a court case in another state, would apply if there had been any, if there is any down the road.
I mean, it does exist in other states that hasn't, to my knowledge, been challenged.
Okay.
So I don't want to overstate those points, but
Sure.
they're there. The final one at the top of this list is the effective tax years. This is a question of whether to go retroactive or not. We estimated that going retroactive would raise an additional 10 million, approximately 10 million, and would follow the same patterns as what you see in the fiscal estimate of the base proposal. That's a larger increase and then refunding some of that money the next year.
So just to clarify that point, so it would not be an annual increase of 10 million, it would be an increase of 10 million and it would be spread
It
a
would be-
little bit.
Right, so more than 10 million in the first year
Yeah.
and then refunding some of it in the next
Yeah.
year.
The overall revenue impact would
Yeah.
be 10 million. Okay.
And so this, I think, really is an important issue for this committee to be considering. This whole system is a big change from what we're doing now. We're creating new tax types that impact a large number of businesses and a large number of taxpayers, and creating a level of pass-through reporting and taxation that doesn't exist in Maine right now. Other states have certainly done it. They did it from an increased level of interaction with pass-throughs that Maine doesn't have. So it really is a big change, and the income tax division has worked, really hard since it became a permanent part of the federal code to figure out a way to make it work for the state and to limit its disruption on the corporate tax, the individual income tax. And adding this retroactive layer really is an increase to that complexity. And I would think you would want to hear from our income tax division director about what that would mean for the state.
Is there any, do committee members have any questions for Daniel on what he's just presented? Rep. Sayer.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Daniel, Mr. D'Alessandro. Just a couple of quick ones to put a pin in some of the things that I heard. So starting about the tax base, you said that was a potential $1 million increase to the general fund if we were to adopt the CPA proposal.
right? And that would be ongoing.
Ongoing. Great. Thank you. And on that same point, do you see legal risk, administrative risk in how that change might have unintended consequences in making that change? Are there
And
I know-
there is some legal concern, but I would be hesitant to overstate that because we are seeing it in other states. There is some additional administrative burden to make sure we're matching up those refunds with the money coming in. And it is putting the revenue department in a new place of transferring money between a partnership and that partner, as opposed to collecting revenue for the state.
Gotcha. Thank you. Thank you. If I may ask an additional question?
Yes, go right ahead, Rep. Sarah.
Not a follow-up, a different question. The second to last line on the reporting piece, where there's this question about aggregated or broken out for non-resident partners. And it's the document we have in front of us says this is not a point of disagreement. Is that true? Is there agreement between MRS and the proposal? And if so, what is the agreement?
So I guess there's not complete agreement on that one. In the governor's draft, it requires reporting broken out by each member, each partner. We don't need that broken out for non-resident partners. And so that could be a change to what the governor has proposed. For the resident partners, having that information available would simplify the processing of those partners' returns because we'd be able to automatically match up the amounts that the partner was reporting with the partner reports. So having that broken out for the residents would be a simplification.
Do you see a path to getting to agreement on that point if we were to vote this policy today?
We could continue those discussions. The highlighted ones are really what's the critical decisions are here. At least in our view.
Representative Rudnicki?
I don't know if this is a question for you, Mr. Delisandro, or someone else. And I know we talked about it quite a bit the other day, but I need to either refresh myself or that, but why is New Hampshire New Hampshire is our neighboring state. And it looks like that's been singled out as to not being part of this. So and it was probably explained, but there was a lot going here.
Yeah.
If you can explain to me why we would treat New Hampshire differently, being a neighboring state, instead of, it's like, I was also looking at the scenarios, and one of them being, New Hampshire specifically, because one part of the proposal is to basically other than New Hampshire. So if you could explain to me, or someone can explain to me why we single out New Hampshire doing this, that would help me a little.
Yes, that's a good question, Representative. The governor's proposal maintains current Maine law with regard to, and New Hampshire is a shorthand. There are a couple of jurisdictions that have historically taxed their income through pass-through entity taxes, but not at the individual level. And that has not generated in Maine a credit for taxes paid to that other jurisdiction. And the CPAs have explained why they think a credit is appropriate in those cases. But I would say that's been a long-standing position of the state. It's the current statute. The law court has looked at this. We're administering it in line with the statute and with the law court. It's just a long-standing part of Maine law, and it's separate from the salt cap workarounds. Whether that's an issue that you want to address, may be an issue you want to address, but it's not a necessary part of the salt cap workaround. And, you know, we spent a lot of time talking about what is almost a side point to a very complicated bill. And that it's important, right? I'm not saying it's not important, but I'm saying it's a small part of a very complicated bill. And perhaps that suggests that it should have its own public hearing, its own bill, its own decision point. But, of course, the CPAs feel differently.
Do any members have other questions for Mr. D'Alessandro? Or did you have any other points you wanted to make?
I had some other numbers that I forgot to tell.
Oh, okay.
So we also had a request on what adjusting the credit rate, the impact adjusting the credit rate would have.
80%.
Yeah. So if that rate was reduced from 90% to 87.5%, it would raise approximately 5 million more per year. Those first years are a little wonky, but that's kind of the annual increase. 87.5 is the lowest rate that I'm aware of. That's what Connecticut uses. As we drop below those points, we get increased uncertainty because we don't have other states to go off of. At 85%, it's approximately 10 million. At 80%, it's approximately 14 million. With lower confidence in those when we start getting to those lower credit rates.
And that is coming from like, you're not, it's harder to just know what the decision making or the behavior change would be from the entities filing if that was changed. That's where there's lack of data. Is that correct?
Right. A real kind of important point in any of these estimates is how many taxpayers are going to use the new system. And when we have a credit rate that's similar to what other states have used, we have something to go off of.
Mhm.
And when we see the credit rates go below, the incentive for a taxpayer to use it drops. And we don't have other states to really model it off of. And so when we get to like an 80%, that's quite a bit lower than what we've seen other states use. And so we would have less confidence.
Okay.
Repeat the numbers again, please.
We have a request to repeat the numbers again.
So at an 87.5% rate, Connecticut's, that's 5 million. At 80%, it's about 14. 85% was about 10. 80% is about 14 million, 15 million in that area. Now, remember that it's more in the first year, followed by revenue loss in the second year. So we're talking about annualized numbers there. The exact fiscal number would look different.
Any other questions at this time? Okay, I guess I would like to bring up the director of the income tax division since you were singled out by your colleague. Welcome, Mr. Norton.
Hi, I'm Sean Norton. I'm the Director of Income Tax at Maine Revenue Services. I'd like to say we've been talking about pass or any tax for a while. I think I was here last session as well, and the retroactive piece of this in terms of starting a program in 2025 in a year in which we are now operating is going to be what I would consider probably the most disruptive function that we're going to have to deal with probably over the next year to two. What we do and we know how to deal with quite well is starting in a year and going forward, right? 2026 going forward has, from an administrative function, been sort of, what I think is the workable solution that from an administrative standpoint that we feel comfortable that we can implement without sort of disrupting the current system. Right now, 2020 planning for 2025 is done. We are a year and a half out, scheduling for the next year, allocating most of our resources that we have right now to administer these programs. And I'm going to have to basically spread those resources out thinner than they are right now to deal with issues such as, we're thinking that there are going to be about 8,000 to 10,000 pass-through entities that participate in this program. Okay, now every pass-through entity is going to have at least 2 partners, if not many, many more. And so how many amended returns are we going to get for 2025? How do we check those? How do we make sure that payments have been made at the entity level before an amended return is filed? How do we track all of these payments? Are we going to have to suspend all of these returns? Is it going to disrupt my audit program that we already have in the summer? I mean, this is what we're doing is we're spreading this risk out across the current tax programs, property tax fairness credit, student loan repayment, all of the 30 to 40 credit programs that we have. I'm not going to be able to test those programs, as well as we currently have planned. And so all of the taxpayers will suffer for, what is a smaller subset that is asking for this retroactive component in 2025. Right now, we have to work next year on our annual rollover, which is just moving our database from one tax year to the next. We are working on also installing updated service packs. We have a large software update that we are going to do at some point in the next 2 years. We spend a lot of time working on making sure that right now we have over 600 bugs in our system that we're working on fixing. And in order to do that, I have to move my staff over to test systems, and I have to allocate those resources as well. I don't think I'm going to be able to fix all of those bugs if we move into 2025. I can just say that, I understand that there are benefits to the, of fiscal benefit to going back and going retroactive. But there is, like, as someone who has managed risk for a long time, I can say that there are risk elements here that we are placing into the system that I don't know how. We don't have all of the answers as to how we are going to manage them. And so to me, that is as someone who has spent their career managing process, procedures, and implementing, programs, that is at some point those risks pop and you don't know when it's going to happen. And so I think those are the sort of the overarching concerns that we have, is just, it's not the normal way we do business. And so you're asking us to do something that is going to be very difficult, and it's going to be very challenging, and it's going to be placed on top of the systems that we have in place, the procedures that we have in place, and it's not going to mesh well. Whereas if we start with 2026 going forward, we really know how to handle that. And I think we can build that into what we currently have planned for that tax year. I know that is some detail, but it's but I think from a systems approach, from an administrative approach, it really 2025 really does raise some significant concerns for us.
Thank you. Are there any questions, Mr. Norton? I just want to say, as the person who has been chairing this committee for a couple years and knew nothing about tax other than that I pay my taxes. I want to be clear about that. I do really appreciate, like I have confidence in the systems that you guys have because I don't hear any complaints from my constituents that, you know, they're trying to file their taxes. It's not working. They didn't get their return on time, et cetera, et cetera. Like there are other agencies that I'm not going to call up by name, but you all know who they are that I hear, you know, it's not going well. The technology is not going well. The interaction with the consumer is not going well. And I'm just very grateful to you all as a team that I don't sit here with anxiety every day about whether or not the systems are working. So I just wanted to say that because it is really something that doesn't get said, because when things are working, we don't hear about that or celebrate that. But I do think all the work that you do to manage risk is effective.
And I thank you for that comment. And I would say it's not the work that I do to manage risk. It's the staff that we have. Obviously, I mean, our staff are working continuously throughout the year to basically roll from one year to the next. And you know, there isn't a time in the year where we're not focused on that and we're not implementing some type of process or procedure. So thank you.
Yep. Well, it is. I meant it for the team.
Yeah. But I didn't. I'm
Certain other
sorry.
committees that if I was chairing, my hair is on fire just thinking about it. And that's not the case here. And I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Any other questions or grandiose statements? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, Rep Sarah, that was for you. Okay, we do have a couple more minutes before noon. So I guess I would like to bring up the representative of the CPAs as you are now considered. There's no other.
There can only be one.
Welcome.
I can sit up there.
Well, I don't know if there's questions that you can't answer, then maybe we can entertain others, but yeah. Go ahead and turn your mic on and introduce yourselves for the listening audience.
Good morning. My name is Olga Goldberg. I'm an attorney with Pierce Atwood, and I am here today on behalf of the Maine Society of CPAs.
My name is Mike Santo. I'm a partner CPA at Whipley Advisory, a CPA firm, and here representing Maine Society of CPAs and public accountants.
Thank you both.
And just for division of labor purposes, last time Representative Rudnicki requested the side-by-side comparison chart, and that is something that Mike put together. So brought him with me here to answer any questions about how this was put together and the numbers that you see there.
Do committee members think it would be helpful to just walk through this? Okay. Mr. Santo, orient us to this document.
Certainly. So the goal here was to sort of show 4 scenarios, one being sort of current state of the world today. The next being what things would look like under Maine revenue, the governor's proposal. The next being under the CPA's proposal. And then, as pointed out earlier, New Hampshire and how that would also look under the CPA proposal.
Just to clarify, that's New Hampshire getting the treatment that you proposed.
Correct, yes.
Okay. And that, how does scenario 3 and scenario 4 differ? Just New Hampshire is not included in scenario 3, even though you did propose it.
Correct,
Okay.
yeah. So each scenario is only focused on, we ended up using California simply because we were trying to find a state that had a similar tax rate. And unfortunately, there's not a lot in our area. So we had to go out to one of the 5 that have a higher tax rate. So the goal there was to keep rates fairly even because due to other credits, things may change depending on which state you're looking at. But to keep things all equal, we started with California. So we got a business owner who has 350,000 of income during the year. Now this is, the net income, it's before taxes. This first part here, where it says, PTET, credit calc, scenario 1, there's no PTET. So there's no credit, there's no tax to the business. So that person doesn't get a federal deduction. So as we go down, they still have 350,000 of taxable income. On the top of the next page, because there's no PTET, they don't have any federal benefit. So again, there's no savings at the federal level for these residents. Now we get to the main return. Main starts with federal taxable income, federal adjusted gross income, sorry. We don't have to add back any PTET credits because none were taken. We have a 7.15% tax rate. That gets us down to about 25,000 of main tax. We can still get a credit for taxes paid to another state, which in this case was California, because they would have elected not to file a California PTET because they wouldn't have gotten a benefit otherwise. So by this, they still get the $10,000 credit for taxes paid to California, leaving them with 15,000 due. At the very bottom here, I'm looking at dollar impacts to Maine residents. In this case, the Maine resident is out 25,000 total. And the dollar impact to the state's collecting 15,000. Again, not collecting the 25 because we're giving a credit for those taxes paid to California. One last clarification on this. California's tax rates are almost 10%. You can do some quick maths and see that 10% is not the, 35,000. And that's, or I guess the number would have been what, 140,000. But we only got 10,000. And that's because Maine's credit is up to Maine's tax rate. So even though we might pay more to California, Maine's only going to give a credit up to what Maine would have taxed it at. So the other scenarios under Maine revenue, they're looking at only taxing what would be allocated to Maine. So this Maine resident, even though they'd be taxed on the full 350,000 in the state of Maine, under the governor's proposal, the credit would be based off the $210 of income that the business had in Maine. Of that, they're going to get, the business is going to pay a $15,000 tax. And at the current 90% credit, the individual will get about a $13,500 credit. We go down to to the federal side. We're getting our taxable income at 350. We're going to reduce it by the Maine pass-through entity credit tax by 15,000, and then again reducing it by the California PTET because in this case there's incentive to make that election in California, so they're making it, and they get a taxable now income of for federal purposes of 321,000. Overall, the savings to them at the federal level is about 6,700. Now we come down to the Maine side of things. Maine starts with that 321,000. We're adding back all those PTET deductions. So we're right back to the 350,000 we had as in the first example. So we get down to the same 25,000, except in this case, now we're getting a credit for the taxes paid to California. It's PTET, still the same 10,000. And we're also getting that 90% credit of what was paid by the business. So 13,500 leaves this resident owing 1,500 to Maine. So the dollar impact to the individual, instead of paying 25,000, now they're down to just 22,000. And to the state, instead of earning 15,000, the state's bringing in 16,500. The third proposal, very similar. It's just instead of the rate being applied or the tax credit being applied to just the 21,000, it's to the whole 350,000. Because they're a resident, and end of the day, residents are going to be taxed on all their income, no matter the source of where it was earned. So now the business pays that $25,000 credit, tax. They get a 22.5 tax credit. Numbers flow down through because they're paying more to Maine. Their federal adjusted gross income is lower. So they're going to save about 9,000 in credit and taxes to the federal instead of 6,000. We get back to Maine, we got to add all those deductions back. So again, at the same 350, we get down to the same 25,000 of tax we've had in all the other examples. We're getting that credit for taxes paid to California and to the PTEC credit. And this individual in this case is going to get a refund of 7,500. Total impact to the individual under this plan is they would be out 21,000, which is better than the prior two examples. Obviously, they're still paying taxes. And on the state side, the state is earning even more money under this plan because the tax base is higher, being taxed on 350 instead of the 210. So the state's bringing in 17.5, so about another $1,000. If we were to loop in New Hampshire under this, it ends up being the same situation, where under the same plan, it no different from California to New Hampshire, whose New Hampshire's business profit tax is at a 7.5% tax rate. So still higher than Maine's, which means they get the same limitation of the 10,000 credit. So makes no difference between California or New Hampshire. It'd be the same results where under the where we exclude it today, which, as I think we can point out, is does not seem appropriate or fair.
Are there any questions from committee members? Certainly think the side by side is helpful. Yeah. Not seeing any at this time. Oops, I'm sorry, Representative Sayer. Thank you, Representative White. Need a mirror over.
Thank
my
you,
mirror.
Madam Chair, for noticing me. I guess I'm one of those disregarded entities that we read about. So thank you. I wish I could say I followed every word. I listened to every word. So this question may indicate how much I didn't follow. Page 1. The difference between scenario 2 and scenario 3, where in scenario 2, the MRS proposal, the main PTET deduction from taxable income is 15,000 and change, whereas under the CPA proposal, it's 25,000 and change. Can you explain that difference?
Yes, yeah. So at the top of the page, we have some assumed facts. Total business income 350 in Maine. 210 of that was earned in Maine, 140 in California. So under the governor's proposal, they would only tax the portion allocated to Maine, which would be the 210. Under the CPA proposal here, we would be looking at the full 350. And that's because a resident would be taxed in Maine on their worldwide income. So no matter where it's earned, Maine's going to tax all of it.
So that's related to the tax base row. and the
Exactly.
differentiation there.
Yes.
Rep. Sayer, did you have a follow-up? Rep. Matlock?
Yes, and I will be basic in this also. You have Maine PTEP and Cali PTEP listed under the federal tax return. Why would you single out California if what you're doing is all the states that you have income from?
Yep, certainly. So the goal here was to eliminate the differences in taxes. A state like Massachusetts, where the tax rate is like 5%. Obviously, there's some, most states have their own pieces, but at 5%, the way that would work is Maine would actually see an increase in revenue because Maine would give a credit for just that 5% paid and would still tax on the extra 2.15%. So if we were picking another state, it would look different for Mass than it would North Dakota, than it would.
So that
So
for the
this is-
purposes of being simple in this scenario,
Exactly.
just-
two similar states.
Just one, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I think our goal was to eliminate any sort of, windfall as a result of differing tax rates.
Well, I regret that we're not going to finish this right now. Because we do need to take a break. Is there any other information committee members would like before we do that from the CPAs? And I don't know if you all were in the room, but we are gonna come back at 1 and discuss property taxes, so something completely different. And then I propose that we would continue our work on the budget after that. I can't give you a solid time though as to when that would be. We're just sort of in the amorphous, nonlinear time period of the Maine legislature at this point. So thank you for this. Certainly something for committee members to think about during lunch or whenever. And we will go on break until 1 and continue this work at some point later this afternoon. Thank you for your patience with the schedule.
I would like to reconvene the Taxation Committee and open the presentation on the Real Estate Property Tax Relief Task Force and REPTRTF report. And Representative and Senator, when you are ready, please introduce yourselves and the floor is yours.
Oh, there we go.
It's like, oh, this is more confusing than I thought.
No wonder people are having trouble.
We need to put the gold star on it. Good afternoon. Great to see you all, colleagues. Just for the listening public, I'm Nicole Grahowski, Senator for District 7, which is, would you like me to turn the podium camera on? What do you think? Do you want to be on the podium camera?
Sure.
Yeah, let's do it. We're used to being on camera, so we
Yeah.
can provide our viewing audience a more holistic experience. I did. I wanted everyone. No, I wouldn't have done that. I read it first and then I thought about it out loud. Okay. So Nicole Grahowski represents Senate District 7, which is 22 communities in Hancock and Knox counties. And I'm the Senate co-chair of the Real Estate Property Tax Relief Task Force.
And I'm Ann Matlack. I represent House District 43, which includes the communities of Cushing, Thomaston, South Thomaston, St. George, and part of Isles Head, all in Knox County. And I serve as the House Chair of the task force.
Thank you. That's right. And we will talk about tax clubs in a little while. So just for an overview, we don't have anything fancy prepared. Certainly, I think you know that the tax committee has been busy. But we're going to do sort of an overview of, what the task force, the structure of it, who's on it, what happened since the tax committee passed the bill. And then give a couple just interesting things that we learned that the tax committee might not know that we did learn from the process we went through. And then we will go through the recommendations and discuss if there's any of those that we want to move forward with. And we might come back to the horseshoe for that discussion since that's a tax committee discussion. Oh. Yes, there is. We have a website.
Do you have a paper copy?
Here you go.
There we go.
If you're listening, Ed, sorry for stealing your book.
Good. And I think there are probably more copies around, so we can make sure we can redistribute them. But yeah, we'll wrap up with what the recommendations were. So just as a reminder, the task force came from legislation we all passed. Thank you for giving us more work. Just kidding. And it envisioned a 2-year process. There's 13 voting members of the task force and 2 non-voting members. And that was set up by, of course, the Taxation Committee. If you want to take a look at the list of the people that were appointed to the task force, that is on the last page of the printed report, just to familiarize yourself. I would just say my perspective was that we had a really engaged group. I mean, people showed up really as much as possible for the meetings and participated fully in and I really want to express gratitude for that, since I know it's sort of an extra thing they said yes to, and I appreciate the commitment to the task force so far. And then we also had the 2 non-voting members who you're well familiar with, Mr. Lacey and Dr. Allen, who participated, giving us a lot of very helpful information to consider. So those are the members. We did meet 6 times in the last interim. So we started in the fall and met through most of December. If you look at page 6, see if I can get there here. It gives an overview of those meetings, like a really high level overview. So we did spend 4 meetings really just focused on gathering information about how the current real estate property tax system works. We got presentations from municipalities, county representatives, state agencies, assessors. We also got presentations from the National Conference of State Legislatures and the Lincoln Institute of Land Policy to give us more of the national perspective. And then, toward the end of those meetings, we had to spend some time saying, like, what have we learned so far? What are the recommendations based on what we've learned so far? And that's what's in this report. But I think we're all looking forward to getting back together when the legislature adjourns to pick up where we left off. And a big part of that is that we had funding that was authorized through the legislation to hire a contractor to help us really dig into the data. Because, we all have our ideas about how we can make property taxes more affordable for Mainers, but we want to make sure that we're anywhere where we're applying relief dollars or changing programs that we're getting the most impact out of that. So we went through a process that was called a request for information, and a number of 3 different entities bid into this process, and we had an open transparent discussion around the merits of each of those proposals. And we hired what's called the Progress in Poverty Institute, which if you Google that, actually has an interesting history around a book that was passed or written like a century ago on these issues. So kind of an interesting history there, but as an aside. So those folks came online toward the end of our meetings, and we're able to start compiling data about property taxes in Maine. And they had some initial insights, but what they've been working on since we adjourned is continuing to get more granular data, partnering with municipalities to make sure they have a complete picture of what's going on, really on a town by town basis to the extent possible, to help the task force come up with evidence-based sort of data-backed recommendations to bring to the legislature next year. So this is the situation, the 2-year task force. So there is a lot of work happening right now, but it's not being done by the task force. It's being done by the data contractors in partnership with Maine Municipal Association, Maine Revenue Service, and others. And we can talk a little bit about that more at the end. But just wanted to let you know that these are the things the task force was very focused on, of make sure we all have a common understanding of how taxes work in Maine, property taxes work in Maine. Look at what's going on nationally, what are best practices, and then finally getting the data contractor underway and making sure they have clear tasks to be able to support the task force's work when we come back together in May. So that's kind of a high level overview. Rep Matlack, I'll turn it to you if you have specific things you want to flag that we learned.
Yes. First of all, I also want to thank Amanda Campbell from Maine Municipal Association. She was a font of information. She was always here at our meetings, and she assisted PPI with gathering data and making connections with the local municipalities. So she was invaluable to us. What we've learned generally is that what they said was that NCSL said property taxes have been and continue to be the most unpopular taxes. However, it is the most effective way to raise taxes for locally provided services, since the property is impacted by directly pay for those services, and those services are approved locally. Municipal assessment is often seen as a less efficient than county level assessment, especially for rural areas and smaller communities. Because smaller communities face staffing, technology, and other administrative challenges. That was a thread that went through everything, was how our smaller communities have a tough time keeping up with the requirements for data, providing the services that we now want them to provide for us, whether it is code enforcement, assessing, public works, recreation. The monies that they raise through taxation pay for the level of services that their communities demand. And so there are many duplications across areas that might be done better at a more regional area, whether it's a growth council or it is through the county, although we have weak counties here. So only 1 or 2 have sufficient infrastructures to provide more than just the basic service that is required by the Maine Constitution. The Lincoln Lincoln Institute came up with four core principles behind property taxes. First, property taxes should be based on market value with regular and frequent, preferably annual updates. Second, there should be a broad tax base with limited exemptions. Third, relief programs should be targeted and easily accessed by those who need assistance and are administratively efficient. Lastly, municipalities need an assessment function that is proficient in mass appraisal techniques, well-managed, transparently, and adequately funded. These are all things that we've been hearing throughout taxation, the last four sessions that 4 terms that I've been here. These are some of the same things that we keep hearing again and again about how we need to improve things.
And if I may, that
Go.
that paragraph is at the bottom of page 7, in case you want to
Mhm.
re-reference it around those principles.
Right. And we talk about the relief programs that I guess I want to say that I keep hearing from people who have perhaps read this report and said, you don't have any suggestions for how to fix it. Well, we don't have suggestions yet because actually we are at the interim stage where we're still gathering information. PPI is looking at data and they will come back to us with more data that we can use. But for right now, the Lincoln Institute said that Maine has already established programs and they are considered best practices. So we're doing the right things. We just have to find out how we can improve those measures and how we can provide more tax relief for the people who need it, and while also allowing municipalities to do the work that they need to do.
Yeah, and on that note, I would just add, it came through sort of loud and clear to me anyhow on the task force that, those best practices around relief are the homestead exemption, circuit breaker, which we call property tax fairness credit, and the deferral program, which you all are familiar with. So I think that helped the task force understand, there isn't probably like a 4th or 5th or 6th way. Instead, try to refine the programs that you have to better meet the need.
And the one program we keep coming back to is the property tax fairness credit, because that assists not just property owners, but also renters. So that they can also benefit from the homestead exemption for property tax fairness. They mentioned several different programs. Excuse me. The legislature has, however, statutorily authorized municipalities to establish by ordinance certain property tax relief programs. These programs are the municipal stabilization and deferral programs, the senior volunteer program. I know that has been working in several municipalities where seniors volunteer and their volunteer hours are transferred into benefits on their tax bills. The municipal property tax assistance program and the municipal veterans assistance program. There's also other things like the tax club. Some of the things that we want to encourage people can be done easily without any cost. I know that when I worked for the city of Rockland, it was very well thought of, the tax program, the tax club, where you are given a coupon book and once a month you go in there and you pay your taxes and there's no interest involved. There's no penalties involved. You just pay your taxes based on a monthly rate. And as long as you keep up, you get to stay in the tax club. A lot of municipalities don't do things like that, don't work with their municipalities to figure out the best way to assist their residents. Let me see what else
And we're gonna go through the recommendations in greater detail.
Right. We have, there were 2 reports that came out in January, and we deferred making any suggestions with regard to education because MEPRI also did a report regarding education a year ago, and they also just came out with a new report with regard to the way that MEPRI was making recommendations about the way that the funds are allocated to different municipalities. Also, the County Corrections and Professional Standards Council just recently, as in last week, or maybe a week before that, came out with their report. So we will be looking at those two reports to see how they might impact, probably do impact, the property taxes. And
Yeah, I would just,
Go for it.
I would just note on that front that, you know, early on in the task force conversations, the topic of education funding especially came up because it is such a large part of people's tax bills. And the task force at that time made the decision that because the education committee had tasked MEPRI, which is the main education policy research institute, to look into the EPS formula and sort of the equity within that, that we should not try to duplicate their efforts and instead sit tight and wait and see what they came up with. I noticed it was on our calendars yesterday, in fact, that the Education Committee has reported out a committee bill based on that MEPRI report. It was LD 2226, that hopefully they'll have a hearing on next week. So you know, I don't know what will happen with that, but I think it's good to just note that while the task force didn't specifically tackle education funding, it's not that we're ignorant to the fact that education funding is a significant cost driver. But we do want to let that policy committee take the reins there. And then similarly with the criminal justice committee got the report back around county jails.
Right.
Because we did hear from county representatives about how the jail budget's increasing without the state increasing its payments has created, you know, more of that cost on the county, you know, property taxpayers through the county assessment.
Right.
And similarly, we agreed it's helpful to know about it. We want to keep an eye on it, but since another committee is working on it, we didn't feel that the task force should look at it at that time.
Right. And in addition to the education funding being inequitable in so many directions, the county funding is also problematic in that the counties have for several years been taking on more of the cost of running their jails, and it is just staggering to a lot of the counties. So we were waiting for recommendations from the commission to determine how to best deal with it. I know that it's part of the discussions upstairs in AFA with regard to Department of Corrections. So we look forward to sort of reviewing some of this information over the summer to see how it impacts our process of looking at the real estate taxes.
Okay. We've sort of just given the overview. I mean, a lot of this report, if you do read it, hopefully is not new news to you about how property taxes work, but I do think it creates sort of an important record that I hope that folks can refer to. And I definitely will recommend that new members of the tax committee in the future consider reading all of it, because it really shows how intricate the system is. And that's why it's not easy to come to sort of immediate solutions around how to improve what's happening for taxpayers out there. That said, though, that interim report here does include some recommendations. And just to note, all these recommendations were unanimous unless it was otherwise noted as a majority vote. Maybe we can just alternate them.
Sure,
Does that sound
sounds good.
Okay, so recommendation number one, I'm going to take the easy one. The task force is recommending that the tax committee amend the previous resolve to explicitly allow for additional meetings in 2026. We felt that it took a long time to make sure that we all had all of the information we needed. And then it took another 2 meetings to discuss all of that. So we do think that another potential of up to 6 additional meetings would help us finish the work next year and have more comprehensive recommendations for the tax committee in the next legislature. I guess do we want to take questions as we go through each recommendation?
No, let's.
Maybe do them all and then we
Yeah.
can discuss.
Yeah,
Okay, let's do
I
that.
think so.
Okay, number 2.
Number 2, the task force recommends that the taxation committee, in consultation with Maine Municipal Association and other municipal representatives, identify burdens associated with and streamline the process for municipalities to allow taxpayers to make monthly real estate property tax payments directly to the municipality. Again, this is low hanging fruit. There is no cost to this, really. Municipalities can already do this. I think at one point there was a regulation that prohibited them from making these sorts of decisions, but you can do that now without having to get the permission of the state. Tax clubs,
That's what they're called.
yes.
The monthly payment groups. It's called a tax club.
Yeah.
That's
Yes.
right. And Senator Bickford gifted us with the mugs because we're all officially members of the tax club.
Yeah.
And I would just add to this again, I totally agree with Matlack. It's more of a low hanging fruit, but I think the consideration here is there something the state can do to make this easier for municipalities to offer it to the residents?
Mhm.
Is it a software upgrade to one of the major software systems that we could just one time pay for and then, wow, it's so much easier. So we didn't have time to dig into the details, but that's why the task force sort of recommended to the committee to try to maybe pick up the ball where we left off on that one. I'm a person who pays my property taxes through a mortgage, through an escrow, and the ability to do that monthly, I think, is a lot more stable for budgeting. And so for taxpayers who don't have that, to offer them that opportunity, I think could be smooth out the experience. But it doesn't obviously change the amount that's owed. So that's why we're calling it a helpful but not major overhaul kind of recommendation. Sorry, I had to butt in a little bit there.
I know you did.
Recommendation number 3, the task force recommends that the taxation committee, in consultation with Maine Municipal Association and other municipal representatives, consider methods to increase the communication of information to taxpayers about property tax relief programs, including but not limited to, through the provision of informational inserts in real estate property tax bills. The task force recommends the committee ensure that it considers methods that provide property tax relief information to renters and other eligible individuals who may not receive a real estate property tax bill. I think that is sort of self-explanatory, but again, it's just another effort on education about what's available, especially because some of the relief programs are like the fairness credit or offset from when somebody is experiencing the property tax bill, but we want to make sure they know that it exists. Again, this is not a major overhaul, but something that we feel could use improvement based on what the task force heard.
A lot of municipalities are relatively reluctant to put forth the help suggestions about help that individuals can receive. I know that unless you actually ask about your homestead exemptions, for example, many municipalities don't even let you know it exists. So this is our push for municipalities to do more to inform their residents.
Yeah, and I would just say too to that, like to try to have a consistent experience for property taxpayers. Like actually in Ellsworth, they put a little slip in your bill that says, homestead exemption, make sure you're using it kind of thing. Or the assessor there told me that they try to look at people that's, their address they're being billed at matches the address of the property. And if they're not on the homestead, they reach out to them. But not every, taxpayer in the state is getting that sort of support. And so to try to make it more consistent and understanding too that municipalities don't have endless resources to do those sort of things. So can the state help make that happen?
Right. Recommendation number 4, the task force recommends that if the tax committee considers immediate changes to existing real estate property tax relief programs in the second regular session of the 132nd legislature, the committee focus on the property tax fairness credit as the most targeted tool to provide such relief. The committee should consider allowing a taxpayer's income tax credit to offset their property tax bill. This will require a bit of legislation in order to make that happen, but a lot of people, when they file their taxes, learn about these things. I know that Representative Rodicki and Representative Quint have for years been helping taxpayers who probably didn't know about these programs that were available, mostly seniors, other people who don't have a lot of knowledge about what tax returns are all about. But if you file online, as it were, you are immediately linked to a lot of the programs that you're eligible for. But this would also allow that the tax credit from the property tax fairness credit actually flow directly to the taxpayer who is deserving of this. They don't get property tax credits on their on their rentals. So this is a way to incentivize people to file their taxes, and it's not a whole tax form. Some of it is partial, so it's not an onerous event to apply to these different programs.
And this is another recommendation related to legislative changes to existing relief programs. And I just want to preface this too by saying, since we know these are best practices that the task force learned about, the way that we discussed it in the task force was, if the legislature wants to do something, here's what we think you should consider based on what we learned. But we didn't have time with the data contractor hired just a couple weeks before we were done our work to figure out, if you had $50 million, what's the very best way to get that to the folks that need it most? Is it all that sort of targeting? What's the relationship if the homestead exemption went up? How does that shift to the other taxpayers? All of that sort of analysis didn't happen. And so that is why these are more broad, but we did feel comfortable saying, if the tax committee wants to do a change, this is sort of the hierarchy of relief programs we would recommend be considered. But again, the analysis that's happening right now, I think will be able to help us better target funds in the future. So recommendation number 5, this was from a majority of the task force members, and it says, if the taxation committee considers changes to the homestead exemption in the second regular session, a majority of the task force supports increasing the current homestead exemption to account for inflation, as the homestead exemption is a good policy tool for providing broad relief. So it's kind of a similar flavor to the previous recommendation, but speaking for myself, I think the reason that this was not full consensus was not that task force members think the homestead exemption is not helpful, but rather without that sort of data analysis, it was hard to know, having this increase for inflation, how much is that going to make a difference, right, on somebody's actual bill, depending on and how is that going to spread the cost that's left to all the other taxpayers. So I was somebody who voted, I did not vote for that, but it was mainly not because I didn't support the homestead exemption, but because I felt like I'm waiting for a little more data to understand the impact. So I just wanted to highlight that, since it wasn't a consensus vote. It wasn't that there wasn't consensus that the homestead exemption is a good relief tool. It just was the lack of data.
Recommendation number 6, the task force recommends that the taxation committee submit legislation to create one or more working groups to review property tax exemptions and current use programs to evaluate whether the exemptions and programs continue to meet the purposes for which they were established and are efficient to administer at the local level. Yes, the property tax exemptions. We all know, sitting around this table, that there are tax exemptions out there that may or may not be as effective as we hope that they would be, or as they were in the past. So we should be reviewing those. Also, the current use programs such as tree growth, waterfront, farmland, and
Open space.
Open space, yes. Those 4 areas of current use programs that would allow us to know whether or not they are hitting the right targets, whether the people that are utilizing them in the appropriate way, and whether the community is benefiting from their use of these credits.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add to that is that the task force, we did get some presentations from local assessors that pointed out some areas of concern that they have around what you might call as abuse of these programs, in terms of the intent versus who's actually getting the benefit in some cases. And the task force, I think, found that compelling, but felt like the makeup of the task force was not the right group of people to figure out how to fix those programs. For instance, tree growth, we don't have anyone on the task force who's a licensed forester, somebody that could really weigh in on some of the more complicated questions, which is why we sort of proposed, bifurcating or whatever, separating out some of those tasks, because we do think that it needs to be looked at closely, but it needs to be a different group of people looking at it. Yeah.
Okay, you're up.
Okay, 7. The task force recommends the legislature enact legislation that encourages continued interlocal, regional, and statewide partnerships to increase efficiency in administering municipal level and county level services and to reduce municipal and county costs. This is sort of a broad statement. We did get some good examples around, shared equipment between municipalities, shared personnel such as assessing or code enforcement. Interestingly, we learned from the Lincoln Institute that most states' property tax assessments are conducted at the county level. Municipal assessments are predominantly a New England phenomenon. And the data contractor was able to sort of look at the math on that. And certainly the larger pool that's being assessed, it's lower cost per capita affected essentially. So there's a lot of compelling reasons to think about regionalizing things like assessing, but we are a local control state. And so we really wanted to phrase this saying like, what can the state do to encourage and support these regional partnerships rather than mandate them? There's sort of a fine line to walk there, but we also got the example around the shared jails. The Two Bridges Regional Jail serving both Lincoln County and Saginaw County. And this is sort of it was hard because we didn't have enough opportunity to really dig into like other committees' jurisdictions around like code enforcement of shoreland zoning, for instance. But I think that's an opportunity. That's a place I can think of that could be an opportunity for regionalization. And could the state help make that happen? So this is more of a overall FYI for the entire legislature, I guess I would say, about trying to think about this a little more closely in all the different policy areas.
Right, and that is, the next one brings up recommendation 8. The task force recommends that the Taxation Committee review the reports required from the Maine Education Policy Research Institute, MEPRI, pursuant to Resolve 2023, Chapters 164 and Resolve 205, Chapter 84, and from the County Corrections Professional Standards Council, pursuant to Resolve 2025, Chapter 73. The task force recommends that the committee consider the findings and recommendations in these reports when making policy decisions in the second regular session, as the issues considered in these reports influence real estate property taxes. I know that I'm pretty sure that the Education Committee in their report back to the AFA will be talking about this. But also I've seen where the folks at the county level regarding county jails have been making a plea for years now to find a way to reduce the burden, share the burden of local jails. And that's one of the things about Two Bridges. We also heard from a couple of other counties, not necessarily in this task force, but other counties were talking about how they were working together to see if they could resolve some of these issues regarding jail funding, because it's really bringing down not only the local counties, but also the state in general.
Okay, number 9, this is the group of recommendations around providing funding to reduce municipal budget needs. So recommendation number 9, if the Taxation Committee submits legislation to increase the homestead exemption in the second regular session, a majority of the task force recommends the committee provide 100% municipal reimbursement for that difference between the current exemption of $25,000 and the increased amount provided for in such legislation. I think the point of that recommendation was just to ensure that changes to the homestead that are, broadly applied across the whole state, that cost be fully borne rather than shifted around. I would note it was a majority, and I was a person who dissented to that vote specifically because I felt like I wanted to see the data on what does that shift actually look like. Is it $1? Is it 10? Is it 100? That kind of question. And I didn't feel like I had an answer to it. So again, I'm not personally opposed to the conversation. I just felt like I didn't have the information. And I think that's where the task force split, was just around wanting more data or feeling confident at that time.
And we'll perhaps invite the state treasurer down to chat with us. He has a particular interest in this and he has a very firm position about why it should not be 100%, but we'd let him explain to us why. All right, so recommendation number 10, a majority of the task force recommends that the legislature enact legislation to increase funding for county jails and to encourage regionalization of services. Again, that was set up above, but that is a real issue. And as we all know, coming from a home rule state, the R word is not necessarily something that is welcome in conversations about how to mitigate the tax burden, but it is something we really need to grapple with. We need to come to terms with the fact that regionalization, cooperation, and working across town lines is going to result in more bang for our buck with the services that we do provide.
And the only qualifier I'd put on that one is this was another one that was a majority recommendation. And I think, again, it was not those that dissented, I think, were not saying we don't see a problem here, but rather we're not sure if are there ways to reduce the cost of county jails versus put state dollars in,
Right.
is there more work the Criminal Justice Committee might do around the regionalization situations regarding incarcerated individuals and their healthcare, whole other topics that did come up for the task force.
Mhm.
But I think I was a person that dissented on that one just because I felt like I'm not sure if more money is the only thing we should be looking at, or are there ways to reduce costs as well? So that was my position as a person in the minority, if you will. So that concludes the 10 recommendations with the interim report. And the rest of this report here on page 29, 30 and 31 sort of summarizes the process that we went through to get the data contractor PPI and what they're looking at. But as you might recall, in the original bill that initiated this task force, there was like a whole list of things, information that need to be collected, ways to look at the data. And so that is what they're working through. Those are things like what are the unfunded municipal mandates?
Right.
And we certainly have a list of those, but to what extent are some more impactful than others? Should the state be fully funding them? Things like that. What's happening with federal funding and what could the impact be to property taxpayers with some of those changes? All sorts of things about what's going on with service center communities, what's happening with communities that have a lot of waterfront or don't have a lot of waterfront, right? They're digging into those details that the original resolve had outlined at this time. So I think I'm happy to take any questions. I think we have some task force participants who are here. Well, maybe Dr. Allen, you might be the only one.
And Senator Bickford.
Well, yes, of course, Senator Bickford. And I will note that Ms. Amanda Campbell has been working a lot with the data contractors. And so she agreed that she might come up and just share a little bit about what that process has been like in terms of the municipal partnership there. But we'll take questions or comments from our good colleagues.
Yeah, just a comment. Part of what we had talked about was the property tax fairness credits. And with that, I did get a couple questions answered that were asked to me in other settings. And that was, the question was, what about mobile home park rent? And the answer I received was that counts as property tax. Along with another question that came up was, well, what if someone's in a nursing home? That doesn't count because that's room and board. That's not property. And there was one other question that came up, and I'm trying to think of what it was. I can't think of it right now, but there was one other question that came up. If you're in senior housing, for example, that rent is rent. It's not assisted living, so it's senior housing. That's rent. That's considered part of that property tax fairness credit. So those are the answers that I received so
Okay,
far.
thank you for sharing.
Thank you for sharing.
Committee members have questions. Rep. Sarah, I'll let you chair.
Thank you so much. Well, first, I'd like to thank the presenters for that presentation and a really solid summary of the work done to date. And with that, I'll recognize members of the committee, beginning with Representative Rudnicki for questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just, you mentioned a couple of times that you need, you want another 6 meetings. Is there something we need to do to get you your 6 meetings as a committee? Do we need to, so we want to make sure we do that if that's the case. So I don't know if you want to take a vote today to do that, or where we do have a quorum if that's necessary.
Okay, yeah, and thank you for the question. So the task force, there is an opportunity for the committee to do a bill. And there's certain, we can have the analysts explain this probably better than I can, but there's sort of 2 ways that can happen. One, we can just work on it in committee, vote it out straight to the floor with language in it. So it could say, you know, let's authorize an additional 6 meetings. Or you can report out a bill and receive it back and have a public hearing and those sort of things. And we've seen a lot of those on the calendar lately as these reports have got to committees from different efforts. I think we should have maybe a bigger conversation about what all we might want to work on this session and see which of those opportunities is more appropriate. But yes, we would need to act to authorize that. Yes.
And the committee would be the place to make the request rather than the ledge council?
Yes.
Okay.
It would, I think, go to ledge council because it would be additional
Right.
funding request. It would go to the study table,
Study
but it
table.
would need to go kind of in an official way to the study table.
If I may, I'll call on myself here. Very much appreciate the question and the answer as well, and would suggest that perhaps we keep track as we go through the questions on these 10 recommendations, what things we might want to take action on and put in that bill. So with that general agreement, I saw Rep. Friedman and then I saw Senator Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for your work on the task force. I think. What was your role in this?
He made the cuts.
You got the marks.
I would say that Senator Bickford's #1 rule was avoiding when Mr. Woodbury was doing this and he was
In explanation of whatever he was talking about. yes.
Talking, he would talk like this.
keeping you on your toes for sure. No, Senator Bickford had a lot to contribute other than that,
Yeah.
but that was the more entertaining aspect.
Well, yeah, I really do appreciate the work that you put in and these recommendations. And, you know, I'm particularly interested in this issue, having served on the Bar Harbor Town Council for 12 years and being in touch with other selectmen and counselors in my region and across the state, where we're seeing in too many cases, annual double-digit increases in property taxes now. I mean, the chart here shows, you know, it's kind of a recent increase, but, you know, it's showing like an average of 6%. But what I'm seeing is double digits recently. And so it, you know, it leads me to think about, I mean, I think that the suggestions for making it easier for taxpayers to pay, like with monthly and with regionalization, like that's always a good thing, particularly as demographics change in our communities. But it also leads me to think about other sources of revenues, and you know, which I kind of break into 2 buckets. One would be who's really most legitimately responsible for many of the services that municipalities are required to provide. The other would be like, you know, where else could we get more revenues? And in terms of like, you know, who's legitimately responsible, I think that that education is the largest share for most municipalities of the tax burden, and that the state might have to do more to cover the costs of education, particularly as mandated services escalate in costs. We see the percentages of students needing special education services just skyrocketing, and those are extremely expensive. And I think that the in general municipal infrastructure, particularly schools, is beginning to decay, and that many of our municipalities' infrastructures were built in the 50s, 60s, 70s. And so now they're 50, 60, 70 years old, and they need to be replaced. And the capital costs of construction now have just skyrocketed, and that's resulted in burdens that local taxpayers, I just think, can't be asked to bear. So, and that goes along, I think, in the same way with jails, the way that, those costs have skyrocketed. And I'd say finally, the costs of dealing with climate change can't be underestimated for municipalities. That dealing with stormwater and culverts and stream crossings, those things are all having to be dealt with, be replaced. And again, because of the cost of construction, we're seeing huge burdens. And I would say that those shouldn't be borne just by municipalities. And so I guess what I'm suggesting in a way is that the state might need to take on more of the responsibility for funding some of these costs and services, and that in many ways it's regressive. It's unfair to look just at local property taxpayers for covering these things, because you have people who've been in their homes for their lifetime, and they're on fixed income now and they can't afford to pay the property taxes. But also, you're asking people who are already being crunched, like say those in the Alice category, who oftentimes might be owning homes or renting, but can't afford the bearing those costs. So to me, that leads to asking how the rich can pay more of their share of these, because we're seeing the rich getting richer, and and they're being given significant tax breaks at the federal level. And so how do we recapture some of that for municipal services?
Are we done?
I guess the final thing I'd say in terms of generating new revenues is that I introduced a bill last year for a local option lodging tax. That's one way to generate significant income for most municipalities in Maine, now that we're seeing short-term rentals blossom across the state. And this can be a source of tens or hundreds of thousands of dollars annually for municipalities. There needs to be alternative sources of income for municipalities besides the property tax, which is it's just hurting too many people. And I'm wondering if some of these ideas might be incorporated into future work of the task force.
I'm happy to comment on that. Thank you, Representative Friedman. What did not get printed in this report is pages and pages of other things we're looking at that include, I think former Senator Dick Woodbury made a really good point, which is there's kind of three things to think about. One is, the cost to operate municipal and county services is this. Can we reduce the cost? Can we add more revenue to help from other places to reduce the cost to taxpayers, property taxpayers?
Like this.
Well, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah, it's this big. And then, and that could be the state paying more. It could be other revenue generating tools for municipalities, certainly. And then the last of the three things was, once the cost is really what it is it fairly distributed? And so we've sort of touched on all of those things with these recommendations, but we have a much more granular list of things we want to dig into on those three topics.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Bickford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I want to add to that. everything that was brought up by Representative Friedman was included in our discussions on the Property Tax Relief Task Force. That we had a lot of discussions regarding everything you just said. I just want to caution us that these are preliminary findings. These are not final. So we don't need to take action on all of these preliminary findings. They're just suggestions.
Thank you for that, Senator Bickford. And if I may, in the interest of being efficient with our time, that we go through the 10 recommendations in order to see if there are, what is the will of the committee in terms of considering action now, or just taking this as advice to be considered in the next legislature, because we have very limited amount of time remaining to us, but we do have the opportunity to report out a bill. And then I would like to conclude with just asking for a quick recap of where you are on the 6 goals that are in the report, to whatever extent
The
they have
6 what?
goals. The report had the task force was set up with 6 goals in mind. And I think we're getting a lot of feedback on your progress against those goals. But the Representative Friedman just mentioned triggered a discussion of constitutional amendments, which is one of the 6 goals, not to be tackled in this session. But I did want to do a quick check-in at the end on progress against the 6 goals that are summarized at the end of the report in the originating legislation. Don't mean to put you on the spot. Don't mean to distract us from working on the 10 recommendations. What I would like to do is move through the 10 recommendations as efficiently as we can to parse out where there are recommendations to take action in this legislature. And then just finish with a quick check-in on how things are going on the 6 goals overall, knowing that this is an interim report. If I may, seeing your.
Well, I think that probably Rep Matlack and I would rather join you guys as.
I'm
members
sorry,
of
I'm
the
saying goals
taxation
and I'm saying
committee.
duties.
Yeah, I was
So-
like, I
Yeah.
don't know what we're
I was
talking about.
looking at
Appendix
that.
A, pages 3, 4, and 5 are the 6 broad areas of duties for the task force in the originating legislation.
Right.
And all I am asking to do is, before we break from this report back, get a sense from all of you who participated, who are present here today, how you doing on those 6 goals? Is there anything that we need to know? And if there's nothing we need to know and it's full speed ahead, that's great.
I think there's 8.
8.
I'm like,
I was gonna say
Yeah,
6. No, yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay.
Sometimes I need to keep reading.
well, it's hard because of the way it's indented. It's not
Mhm.
really obvious. I think that sounds good to me, and I think we could ask Ms. Campbell to join us on a couple of those, since they're actively working on some of those as they sort of come up. That might be the way to get her
Up here.
Yeah, sorry.
I just want to shout out that the municipalities, especially through the LPC, have been doing a lot to help the contractors really
Mhm.
get their handle on not just this is what's happening on average across the whole state, but here's what's really happening regionally and per town. So that's all.
All right, thank you. If I should rejoin us and for the discussion, thank you very much. So recommendation number 1, Representative Rudnicki already asked about the process for taking action on that. I think that's been answered. Are there any other questions, comments, concerns about recommendation number 1 at this time? Hearing none. Recommendation number 2. Is it the recommendation of the task force that this is an item that we could take action on in the limited time remaining to the 132nd legislature?
I would say that it sort of depends on, I mean, I'm going to preface this by saying when we voted, it was December. and like we weren't really clear on when the report was going to come out. So some of these things that we hope to hand off to the taxation committee to get started on, we were kind of on a different time frame than we ended up on. I think what the task force was saying is if the tax committee has time to figure this out with municipal partners, that don't wait, right? We don't need more data to know that this is a thing that can be done. So that's why the task force, I would say, handed the ball to the taxation committee. But now that it's March, we have to decide if we can act on it. I think the only other thing I'll say is, as a member who supported this, I was a unanimous report, but I was thinking like, what if what we learn is that, there's Trio and there's the other ones, I can't remember their names. A Trio just sounds more, it's the one I remember. If there's a situation where the state could pay for all municipalities to be able to access the software solution that they need to be able to offer this, maybe the state ought to consider doing that. And I don't have an answer to that question, but that is, I think, what the task force was hoping the tax committee could look into.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. With what you were just saying, I mean, I've gone in and paid odd amounts at my town office before, not my quarterly payments, just made odd amounts and they have it in their computer. I don't understand why this is an issue. I guess that's my thing. I don't understand why it's a problem that we really have to solve when you can just walk into your town office and write a check for whatever amount you want to on a monthly basis. I mean, I guess I never had that problem, so I don't understand why it's an issue.
Representative Friedman and then Senator Grabowski.
Yeah, I mean, I really like this recommendation. I'm just wondering if the tax committee could ask MMA for a proposal on this. I mean, to me, it seems it's a matter of municipalities changing the way that they issue their tax bills so that, like right now, most of them have two annual payments, semi-annual payments with certain due dates. And if they had an option for people to make monthly payments, and also if they could make them online, maybe with ACH withdrawals, so that you didn't have to go into the municipal building every month. Like those would be the kind of things. I'm wondering if MMA might be able to come back to us with a suggestion that its members would embrace.
That was next. I would agree with Representative Friedman. Certainly it's not illegal to sort of like prepay, right? But to how to actually create a system that's similar to what a mortgage holder has, where money is just automatically being debited from an account or from a paycheck or something like that, to make it really smooth for folks. And, to the extent there might be technology solutions, if the state could just fund it writ large for everybody, I think that'd be great, but I don't know enough about it.
Senator Bickford.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I think that the cumbersome thing with this is that a lot of municipalities already do allow monthly payments. The problem is when you're setting up monthly payments, the municipality, if your taxes are due in April and you make monthly payments beginning in April for what's due in April, the municipality is not getting their money on time, and then you are incurring possible late fees or interest. The problem with the monthly payments is that the taxpayer has to be whole, and then in April, and then begin paying their September payments in May, June, July, and August. That's where the monthly payments come in. That could create a problem for the taxpayer not being able to come up with those funds after paying their property tax in April, paying those funds early for September. That's the only issue I see. Otherwise, I think you're dealing with interest payments or late charges because you're not paid in April, and then you have the monthly payments after that. So, but that's something we could talk about in the task force also.
Thank you, Senator.
Well, and I would just say more broadly, as I was hinting at before, if within these recommendations where the task force has said, hey, tax committee, here's something that we'd be happy for you to work on in the second session here. Anything that the tax committee doesn't take up, I think the task force will sort of relook at and see if we can figure out. But we were sort of trying to pass the baton. And if it gets passed back, that is what it is.
Thank you. I'm getting the feeling that this one's not ripe for action in the next few weeks. Does anyone disagree with that observation?
I would just say, I'm open to if something, if anyone wants to take the ball and run with it and it's something materializes, I'm open to doing something, but I think we don't have enough information at this time to be able to draft it into a bill, let's say.
Thank you, Senator Bickford.
Yeah, I think if, MMA could probably help us a lot with this by reviewing with all the municipalities, how many municipalities actually already allow monthly payments and how many don't. I would venture to guess that more than a majority do allow monthly payments now. So I spoke with my town and I was actually surprised when I spoke with them and they said, sure, we allow monthly payments, no problem. And it's like, oh, okay, well, I thought it was not the norm, but I'm hearing and I'm understanding that it is the norm, hearing from Representative Rudnicki, it could be something that we're looking at that we don't need to look at. We don't know.
Thank you, Senator. Senator.
Well, I was remembering that we did actually get the numbers on this from the contractor, I think working with Maine Municipal, and Amanda has just mouthed to me that the number of municipalities that currently allow it is 37.
Okay.
There's, over 400 municipalities, which is why the task force said, let's take this opportunity that exists for those communities and expand it as far as we can. Because it really is a minority of communities, but it may be a majority of taxpayers, right? If it's Portland, Lewiston, Auburn, Bangor, that could be a lot of people, but it gets back to that. How can we create a more consistent experience for property taxpayers in the state?
Thank you. What I'm trying to do with these 10 recommendations is put them in one of two categories, now and not now. And I'm putting that in the not now category, and I appreciate the feedback on the progress that's been made. Moving on. Recommendation 3 about working with MMA on communications to taxpayers. And again, I'm asking the task force members for a recommendation whether you feel, or actually I take that back. I'm asking committee members whether you see something that is ripe for immediate action in this session. Representative Brittany.
So on this particular one, the question I have, and I don't know how difficult it would be for municipalities, even an insert in your tax bill that says, don't forget the credits that you have available if you haven't applied for the homestead, but put it in with the tax bill that's coming out in the mail anyway, how difficult would that be for, so yeah, I'm getting the idea that it's financial. But it just to me doesn't seem like it would be that big of an expense, for each individual town. I guess that's kind of what I'm questioning, just to be able to put even just a single sheet of paper in and to do that.
Senator Grahowski.
Thank you. Yeah, I think this one we don't quite know, but I guess I would be comfortable with the tax committee considering, like, if there was a standard piece of paper that the state designed, right, that's going to take down municipalities all kind of going their own way with it and causing more work that way. And then if the state would just pay for the printing of it to stick it in the envelope, like, I'd like to see what the fiscal note is on that and see if we could afford it. And not everyone, of course, people that are renters aren't getting the property tax bills and they're eligible.
Right.
But like, if we can get a large amount of people more aware, then that's still better than nobody, right?
Representative Harriman.
Yes, thank you. I would just add real quick to that conversation that some municipalities do contract out their tax bill printing and mailing. So it's not necessarily just providing a paper for the municipal employees to put in the envelope. It could be another cost with the contractor, but again, that could be minimal. Yeah.
Do we have comments that people would like to make on Mike
We're just in order.
or requests for the floor to be recognized? Is that a request to be recognized? Senator.
I'd say just to get the ball rolling on just getting a bill going, like what if we, I'm not saying I would commit to this, but just require that municipalities through however they send their bills out, put these in there and then cover it at 100% and see what we can come up with an estimate on the cost. You know, and because I don't want to require anything that we're not paying for in this way, but I feel like that would help us just kind of see about it.
Okay, so I'm hearing potential for something from recommendation 3 in this bill. Should we? It's going to be taken under advisement. Shall we move on to recommendation 4? Do we have 4? Senator.
I would say on this one, I've given it some thought. I think this one and the next one, whereby we have bills that are already on the appropriations table regarding the property tax fairness credit and the homestead exemption. I don't know that there's immediate action we need to take now. This was more of a comment from the task force of if you're going to do something now, consider what we've learned. So I don't think we need to do another action on top of the ones that we did last year on these 2 topics. Other than tell the appropriations committee, we think there's a value in funding one or both of them, certainly. Disagree.
Other comments, questions on recommendation 4? Okay, recommendation 5. And I feel like the answer to this was robust. But there's a recommendation to support increasing the current homestead exemption. We just did a component of that for certain categories of citizens in the work that we've done this week. What's the will of the committee around taking an element of this on in this legislature? Senator Grahowski.
I'm just gonna keep us going. So I would just remind members that Senator Baldacci had a bill that incrementally increased the homestead exemption over a couple-year period. And so the task force was aware of that and felt like, it's the will of the legislature to do what it wants to do, but the task force did not make an additional recommendation around how to change that bill or anything like that. But my view is we do have a solid recommendation around improving the homestead exemption that is already in play.
Thank you. Seeing no other comments, questions. Let us move on to recommendation 6. And this is one where I'll put my opinion into play that I agree with this recommendation to create 1 or more working groups for exemptions and current use programs. I would like to see 1 for each. And I would support writing that into the bill that we are contemplating preparing. My perspective, other perspectives on this one. Senator Bickford.
What would you be putting in? Just the idea of a working group? You would establish one in the bill? Is that what you're saying?
I accept the recommendation and would suggest that in the bill that we're drafting, that would also contain the recommendation number 1, that we set up these working groups as subgroups of the task force. But I'm open to the.
Okay. I would almost rather see the task force set up a subcommittee for that rather than the taxation committee. That's just my opinion. That way we keep it within the task force's duties.
I'd like to respond to that before
Okay.
calling on Senator Grahowski. Yes, I was unclear in what I said.
Okay.
It was my intent that, I agree that having the task force have oversight of these working groups would be the right way to set them up. So Senator Grahowski.
Thank you. Yeah, and I appreciate that ultimately, depending on how it's set up, they could report back to different groups, but I just would want to check with our OPLA analysts around like if the task force needs to be given authority to get other people involved. Certainly the way it was drafted, I believe it said I believe that it said that other folks could be invited. Other folks could be invited to participate as non-voting members. But I would just need to get clarity. I would want us all to have clarity on, can the task force set this up? I think the task force was thinking, something around tree growth might be appropriate to work with, the Forest Service folks over in Department of Ag, Conservation and Forestry, where they could maybe run a working group. We could say, here's the members that should be in it, and they do their own thing, so it doesn't land on the study table some kind of way. So I want to move forward on this, and I don't want to wait a long time, but I don't have clarity on which path is the workable one. So I don't know, but we need to find out.
I appreciate the answer, and I think what I'm trying to get to here is a set of directional goals for what a bill would contain, and obviously with more detail to be worked out in the bill and then subsequently in the work that might be accomplished should that bill pass. Are we prepared to move on to item 7? Recommendation 7, that recommends the legislature enact legislation that encourages continued interlocal, regional, and statewide partnerships, et cetera, et cetera. Is that something that can be tackled in the time frame that remains to us? Senator Bickford.
Thank you. It's a great idea. I don't know how you can legislate it. Legislate encouragement it just legislation and encouragement are two totally different words. And we tried this, and I didn't talk much about this in the task force, but we tried this in Lewiston, Auburn a number of years ago. And I'll tell you what, a war broke out between the two cities just to try to combine simple things like assessing, which I believe assessing should be county. I mean, we talked about this a lot in the task force. Assessing, permitting, even zoning could be at the county level, not even a small two-city, but a whole county. And I don't know how we would legislate encouragement. It sounds like an oxymoron to me.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Grahowski.
Clearly, we're ready to get the task force right back together over here, but I think that it was a broader recommendation that we just want the world to know that we could do better on this front. To Senator Bickford's point, I'm thinking about the technical school in Hancock County, and one of the issues they're having with getting a new building is the state says basically we'll help you pay for a new building if you regionalize, if you collaborate. So there's ways that we maybe don't mandate it, but we incentivize it. The legislature can do. That's been tricky for our community because they're literally completely regionalized. So they're like, we can't do any better than we're doing. Can you help us? That's a different conversation. But my point is, I think the goal was, is there a way the state can say, hey, if you're willing to work together, we're going to pay for 25% of that? Or, how can we incentivize rather than mandate? So I think it is possible for the legislature to play a role, but I don't know that this was really meant to be a recognition of the issue rather than here are things the tax committee should vote on to get us there. So I don't know that we can move forward on it, but that was, I think, the reason that it's in there.
Representative Matlack.
This may be something that MOCA could delve into. Isn't that what they're thinking about doing? Yes, yeah. Yeah. But yeah, that's what they're being set up for, is to do things like that. So that might be the place to direct this recommendation.
That is a good point. Also doesn't feel like something that would be in legislation in this
Yep.
time frame.
Yep.
Seeing no objection, I'd like to move on to recommendation 8. And what I heard about recommendation 8 is that it contains 2 items. One, the MEPRI reports, of one of which dates back to 2023. The second of which I think has just been released and is the subject of LD 2226, which I've made a note to bring myself up to speed on. And then second, the County Corrections Professional Standards Council Resolve 2025, Chapter 73, which I did not hear is the subject of a bill in this legislature.
No.
So anyway, same question. Is there action in this recommendation that it would be wise for us to consider taking in this session? Representative Matlack.
Thank you. I think no. I think that the Education Committee, the Department of Education, Judiciary and not Judiciary Committee, but the Criminal Justice Committee, dealing with county corrections. I think those folks will be delving into these 2 reports. And I think that that's where the expertise lies in understanding what needs to be done. And I don't necessarily think it's at the taxation level. But it does dramatically affect what goes on in our local communities with regards to taxes.
Thank you for that. Any other questions, comments, differing opinions? Senator Grohaski.
I agree completely. I would just say, I think the task force was like, we want to make sure you all keep your eyes on this, and then we're going to keep our eyes on this when the task force gets, it's more of a, don't lose track of this because it is so impactful for property taxes.
Exactly.
Thank you very much. That goes in the not now category, and we move on to recommendation 9. If we submit legislation to increase the homestead exemption in this session, there's a recommendation here. Where are we at with this? I should know off the top of my head, and I don't. Drawing a blank. Senator Bickford.
How did we had some bills relating to homestead exemption. And I think, didn't we, in those bills, ask for 100% reimbursement by the state for any taxes over, any valuation over $25,000? I think that we did, but I don't have that LD in front of me.
Thank you, Senator. And I'm now remembering, we just talked about this with the Senator Baldacci's bill. But it's just this specific provision we would have to look into. But again, it's not creating anything for the task force to do right now.
No.
So we're on to 10 of 10, which is increased funding for county jails and encourage regionalization of services. We don't vote the funding of county jails in this committee, so that would be a recommendation for another committee to consider. Correct?
That would be the
Okay.
recommendation 8.
We have knocked 10 recommendations on their head. I would like to, if we may, just ask directionally of the committee members. You had 8, not 6, but 8 duties. And you've touched on all of them, but I wanted to just go through quickly whether you feel that the progress is being made is in the direction you wanted and the speed you wanted, and that will, or if there's anything that we should be brought up to speed on any of these. The first one is contracting with an entity with substantial amount of research and analytical support. We've been apprised of where they are at. Are you feeling good about the progress that they are making in the report coming in May? Senator.
Yeah, I think I'm eager to put Amanda on the spot for whatever reason. But I mean, just specifically, I think, I don't know, I thought the committee might find it interesting to hear how the data contractor is collaborating. Just like a couple sentences, thank you. Because it is related to this one. We did do the contract, absolutely, but now they're doing all the work. What's that? Yes, please. Yeah.
Amanda Campbell of MMA, please come on down.
I mean, we don't need to get into every single detail, but I just think a big picture of how it's been going. It's the one that has like the talking mouth.
Got it.
Yeah.
I got in trouble once for sitting at the horseshoe, so I don't want to jump the chair gun anytime
good.
soon. So, good afternoon, Amanda Campbell from Maine Municipal Association. Thank you for this opportunity to just give you a brief update. I have been working with the Progress and Poverty folks. It's been very interesting work, and I think it was Representative Grohowski mentioned that members of our Legislative Policy Committee have jumped right in feet first have been very helpful. We started the first task that Progress and Poverty is looking at are the commitment book data. So that's the document that outlines all of the tax details and data for each municipality. Some of which is summarized in that amazing document that MRS does, but not everything. So they're getting access to things like your total tax commitment, your mill rate, your assessed value, your state assessed value, your how much revenue sharing you get, your education funding, all of those sorts of details. And so we started with a group of 10 LPC members who volunteered to send the information the way that we thought Progress and Poverty wanted it. We were able to stream that down to a better request, so we knew exactly what we were asking for. Then we sent it to the full LPC, which, as you know, is 70 members who are elected by their peers across all the Senate districts. And so they have all received the request now, gave us more feedback on how better to streamline the request so that we're not sending lots of information to all 400 some odd remaining communities for the same data. So they're still working on that 70 group of data and are streamlining it down. We're getting close to being able to send it to the rest of our members, at which point they're likely to get a whole bunch of stuff coming in. We've been able to provide them a walkthrough on how to get the data out of whatever system it is your municipality uses. So it's really just, here's your PDF, follow these directions and send the file to this link. So it's an easy ask, we hope. And we've gotten some good partnership with our members already, which is really great. The next thing that they're going to start working on is mandates, which is a huge task. We have sent them the sort of unofficial document that we keep on hand of what MMA considers to be mandates, underfunded, unfunded, whatever. So we've sent them that additional piece. I don't think they're ready to quite start working on that. And then the other thing that they've talked to us about working on is federal funds, and where we don't have any data about what our municipalities are getting for federal funding and for what. We certainly know some of the different categories that they're getting federal funding for, things like brownfields and other FEMA funding, those kinds of things, but we do not keep any sort of data about that. So that's a ongoing conversation with Progress and Poverty. But it's been a great working relationship. They're pretty neat people and tax nerds just like us. So
I was like, they take it to the next level. That's what it feels like.
I want a mug that says tax nerd, not tax club. So. I did wonder if the chairs would allow, I do have answers to a couple of questions that were floated about in the discussion, if that's helpful.
Yes, your feedback's quite welcome.
Cool. As far as the tax clubs go, they are allowed by statute, as is anybody coming into your town office and paying on a monthly basis, as Representative Rudnicki suggested. The difference is when you enact an ordinance for a tax club, it takes away the burden of interest. If you just go in and say, I'm going to give you $100 a month or whatever it is, the first $100 takes off the top, but interest continues to accrue on the balance. With a tax club, through an ordinance that's enacted, that doesn't happen. So yes, you can go in and pay whatever you want on your tax bill whenever you want, but if there isn't a tax club, you're accruing interest on whatever that balance is. Any community can do that. The 37 that we identified are the ones who have enacted an ordinance to allow a tax club, which waives that interest. And prepayments are sort of funky because if you allow prepayments, you have to allow interest to accrue on the prepayment, and that's just a sort of a financial nightmare. So I know a lot of places do accept prepayments. In my community, we did not because we just didn't have the capacity to manage that kind of financial extras. So that's that one thing. The EPS formula bill that just was printed for education, that public hearing is on Monday.
Monday. That's coming right up.
The criminal justice, I do believe, is going to submit a bill based on the County Corrections Professional Standards Council report. MMA has a seat on the council. And so I follow that very closely, as well as the jails, as we have all recognized, have a huge impact on our tax bills. And criminal justice also included in their report back to AFA for the budget to include the funding that's in LD 852, which is currently sitting on the appropriations table, which is an additional $8 million. They recognize that that's a Band-Aid and that there need to be long-term solutions for jail funding, but that would solve the immediate problem if they would include it in the budget.
So that was 850.
852, yeah, it was an MMA platform bill. I'm just going to plug ourselves. As far as the interlocal agreements are going, some of that's already happening, especially around housing. In the Housing and Economic Development Committee, they're talking a lot about those kinds of things, specifically in the realm of code enforcement. Code enforcement officers are really hard to find. And so there's even been a pilot program up in Somerset County for a regional code enforcement officer that's been very successful. So things like that are happening. It's just, I think there has to be allowance for how it fits into each different community and region. In response to Representative Rudnicki's question about communications for tax programs in the tax bills, Representative Harriman is absolutely correct that for those communities who use a third-party printer, there's an additional fee for every page you add into that mailing and an additional fee on the postage. So there is a fee that's included, and not every community does that, but then you're looking at personnel cost essentially for that extra work included. So it's certainly possible, but there is an additional expense added on top of that. I think that's everything I wrote down.
Representative Rudnicki.
Thank you. In some of the data that you talked about that you're asking for, have you asked for historical data for, say, even just the last 4 or 5 years of what their municipal budget is by municipality and what it has increased or decreased over the last few years? Because I know when we cut out the cap, that was the thing that really drove up some of the taxes in municipalities too. But if that kind of data would be interesting to see where we're at, increase and or decrease, whichever comes forward, but by municipality.
No, I don't think that the directive for the task force included that kind of information for the
Right.
data collection, but that is something that I do at our association level. I do a fiscal sort of survey and go through audits every year to get that kind of information and do a fiscal analysis. I'm not convinced that the cap really has anything to do with that. It's only recently, it would only have impacted
Right.
this first,
yeah.
right, because it was so recent. And there were so many folks who were voting to go over it anyway, that I'm not sure that we can use that as a data point.
Okay.
But there is some information out there. You can always use the MVR report that Maine Revenue does as well, because essentially your tax commitment is your budget. So you can see those over the years. And I use that document almost every day, but it's the MVR statistical summary. And 2024 is the most recent one. And it's right on the MRS website.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Anything else for Ms. Campbell? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
For your contribution to this process.
We need to get her a mug.
The recommendation about mugs and how to finance them can be incorporated into the bill idea that we are. So item 2, the goal number 2 was to complete a comparison benchmark against other states. Any feedback on how that's going? Are we in good shape to get that done, Senator Grahowski?
I think that, we did hear from the national experts that gave us sort of broad overviews on this, but this is something that I think we're going to be able to dig into more once we have more data compiled. But certainly the task force has looked at the relief measures in other places and how property taxes work in other places. There's a lot of community or states that have split tax rates, things like that. So we did get a little bit of an overview of that. But I think that the order of these maybe isn't the order that we're taking them up. Like I'll just skip right ahead to number 3 about the Constitution. What sort of where the task force is in its processes. We want to figure out what we think are good solutions based on the data that we see, and then we will look at, is another state doing that? What can we learn from them? Does the Constitution need to be amended to change that? Like we didn't want to sort of do the cart before the horse in terms of analyzing something for the sake of analyzing it versus analyzing it because it relates to a solution that the data has pointed us toward.
Thank you. That's a sound sequencing of things. And if you would prefer to just march through the remaining 5 items rather than having me call them by name, I think we'd all be grateful for the speed.
I'm happy to march through, and then Senator Bickford and Rep. Matlack, if you have anything to add, because I'm just sort of, I didn't know this was my homework assignment, so we'll see how we do. Number 4, develop methods to ensure municipalities use property tax relief for its intended purpose. This one we haven't really dug into. I mean, I think the overall impression the task force has gotten is that municipalities, when the state gives money for education, they're using that money for education. When the state gives money for revenues sharing, that money is not going to have a concert in the summertime. It's going to paying to pave roads because that's desperately needed, right? So we haven't dug into that in great detail, but I think we have really solid municipal representation, both from a large and a smaller community, that can give us more clarity on that if we do dig into it more. Number 5, assess changes to the valuation process. This is one where we've started talking about it, and I think what we've learned, and it's written in the report earlier, is we need to have more frequent valuations, and we need to bring that cost down. And if that means regionalization, we should absolutely incentivize that. We've got a lot of good information from PPI, and they're digging into it more around where all the communities at. So some are doing it every couple of years, some are not doing it at all, right? There's been decades. I think the task force would like to work toward consistency on that front. So it's something we're talking about a lot. Number 6, develop targeted support for long-term property owners who need support to age in place. That is, I think that's something that the data is going to help us parse out a bit more. But again, recognizing that we do have these 3 best practices on the books, and some of those have enhancements for older folks. Rep. Matlack, sorry.
Rep. Matlack.
Thank you very much. There is one program in particular that does not have a lot of uptake from seniors. It's the one where they can work with the state to provide a lien on their property so that they can stay there. The concern of elderly people is that they will lose their property when in fact, if they don't do something like that, they will lose their property. So this is a way to, there is a way to encourage them to do this, to have the state take a lien on their property, allow them to live there. When either they sell their property or they pass away and it's inherited, then the money will become due. But the people will be able to live there. There's just not a lot of uptake on this program.
Thank you, Representative.
Welcome.
Senator, do you want to tackle items 7 and 8?
Sure. 7, explore the use of the state's cash pool for property tax relief. We did consider bringing in the state treasurer to talk about that. We ended up punting on that to year 2 just due to our workload. And then number 8, examine potential impacts of federal funding changes on property taxes in Maine. That's something that the data contractor PPI is working on a lot. And they have found a database that does show all that money coming directly to communities. And then they're also looking at what's coming to the state and then to the municipalities. So I think that they're really making a lot of progress on that, is my understanding. So there you have it.
Thank you very much. Any additional questions, comments, thoughts from committee members? I would just like to share one thing very quickly. I guess this is my day for giving Valentine's to the Taxation Committee. But I know we worked very hard to get to a unanimous bipartisan design of this project. Those great input all around the horseshoe to get this here. And I'm impressed with the work that's been done so far. Grateful for all who have been involved. Those of you who are not in the room, thank you as well. And look forward to hearing further. With that, we can close this session. Did we want to take a break before we pick up on conformity? I could use at least a few minutes break.
Okay.
Just gonna walk down and get some water.
Oh, you gotta have more than 5 minutes. When we're chairing, we don't get to get up and go to the bathroom or do anything.
It is 10 of 3. Can we, yes, exactly. That's why we get that bonus. 5 after, about 15 minutes from now.
15?
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Thank you for your patience as we took a pause. So we are going to go back to our work on the supplemental budget proposal. We had left off on discussing the pass-through entity tax. We had some helpful information this morning, both from Maine Revenue Services and from CPAs, and want to ask if committee members have additional questions since that time as relates to a couple of the decision points that we have in front of us. All right, well, I have a question. I think one of the parts of this proposal from the CPAs and where it differs from the Maine Revenue Services does relate to the New Hampshire, although I'm not sure if New Hampshire is the only state implicated necessarily, but that is the one that is, of course, adjacent to us. So I'm going to paraphrase it as New Hampshire. I think I'm interested in, I'll just be frank, I'm nervous that I don't know enough about it to be sure if it's the right thing to do right now. So I'm curious if anyone from Maine Revenue Services could come and just talk about or remind us about the other ways that New Hampshire is in a different tax treatment situation, and if there could be, if this change could implicate other changes. If part of what I'm thinking about is I'm interested in this conversation, but I'm wondering if it should happen more broadly and through a legislative vehicle that is gotten its own public feedback and we get the full picture there. So I would invite anyone from Maine Revenue Service to come up and sort of talk about that.
Hello, my name is Daniel D'Alessandro. I'm Deputy Tax Policy Counsel in the Office of Tax Policy. So the current treatment of New Hampshire and in related states, as specified in Maine statute, comes from a distinction between what level the pass-through income is taxed at under federal law and Maine law, and most other states that income flows through from the pass-through to the individual. And so, but that's not the case in New Hampshire. Without an individual income tax, that income is taxed at an entity level. And so under Maine law, if you pay, the resident individual pays tax on all of their income and then receives a credit for taxes paid to the other jurisdictions. And that is focused on that individual. Did the individual pay tax in the other jurisdiction? Because they did not in New Hampshire, they have not historically received a credit for the tax that was paid. And so that's one issue that can arise when you have differing tax systems between states. And that's a historical treatment here that the law court has weighed in on that treatment and interpreted the law in that way. Now that while that issue is related to the broader discussion of pass-through entities, right? It is that pass-through entity paying the tax in New Hampshire. And so there is some connection to pass-through entities. It's an issue that has existed prior to the current SALT cap limitation at the federal level. It's an issue that is separate from the SALT cap workarounds. And so there could be, right, as you say, there could be a discussion on whether that historical policy continues to be the best one, but it's not a necessary component of a SALT cap workaround. There are other states, New York, for example, that have the same treatment that we do. And the governor's proposal just maintains current law. This maintains that current treatment.
Senator Bickford and then Representative Rednicki.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. D'Alessandro, New York treats it similar to Maine, you said, right?
Yes.
Okay, so how do they treat New Hampshire's? Do they isolate New Hampshire like Maine does?
So I wouldn't call it isolating a specific state. The salt cap workarounds allow a credit for taxes that are substantially similar to the home state's tax. And so New York has a list of ones that are substantially similar. Maine's one uses similar language, and that's different, right? It's a different system than what we have set up here.
Okay, so the best workaround for us, I think I hear you saying New York treats New Hampshire's the same way Maine does.
New Hampshire's salt cap workaround is similar, right? Has similar treatment to what the governor has proposed here.
So if someone in New York owns a business that does business in New Hampshire, are they treated the same in New York with their New Hampshire portion of their business as New Hampshire is treated by Maine?
That's my understanding.
That is your understanding?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other states in New England that are similar to Maine and New York?
I know that Massachusetts is different. I'd have
Okay.
to look up the other ones.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Representative Rednicki.
Yes, I'm confused. Okay, I'm usually loud enough that. I guess I'm confused about why New Hampshire is treated differently, being the neighboring state, being one that would be the easiest for us to have, or for businesses to be in both states. So I'm confused as to why there is a difference with New Hampshire, and what would this do to, how would this change? I guess this is why I'm confused, and it may just be I'm not understanding what you're saying and explaining it, but I don't understand, first of all, why New Hampshire is being treated differently, and if this workaround or using this pass through, how does that affect taxes for these people in New Hampshire? I know I'm probably not even making sense myself, because I'm having a hard time understanding why New Hampshire is so different. I guess that's my question.
So the governor's proposal would not change how people's taxes are, right? Does not change the New Hampshire treatment for Maine residents, right? It maintains what current law is. And as to why it was set up in the first place, that does kind of predate my time with Maine Revenue Services. The Maine system is set up to, the way the Maine system sets up, it works harmoniously with other similar states that follow the federal treatment. And the New Hampshire doesn't follow that treatment. And so instead of generating a credit for the Maine individual for taxes paid to New Hampshire, doesn't create that credit because the Maine individual didn't pay any taxes in New Hampshire. The business paid the taxes in New Hampshire, and when it did so, it generated a deduction for that business.
Yep, follow up, Rednicki.
Okay, so if the business is paying the tax, so based on some of these things that I think I'm understanding, I may not be. If they're paying the tax in New Hampshire, and based on what I think I heard earlier from using California as the thing, the credit is given because of the taxes that were paid. So what you're saying is if the company spends, or if the individual earns money or the company earns money, they pay the tax. I'm a shareholder or whatever, and I get part of this money. And I would put that credit on my taxes because they paid it. But because is it because New Hampshire doesn't have income tax? Is that kind of where I'm going with this? Is that
Yes.
the biggest reason? So if that's the case, because what I'm seeing is or what I thought I heard was trying to figure out what I'm saying here, but because this is not an easy issue. But if they're not paying taxes to New Hampshire as an individual, why would they wouldn't have a treatment, like they wouldn't have that credit? Because didn't I hear earlier that the credit only goes up to the amount that was paid? So like, or what they would pay in income tax. So didn't I hear earlier that it's like, if they have a 10%, but we only go to 7.5%, then you only pay it's only about the 7.5%. Well, wouldn't that be the same thing with New Hampshire if there's no tax there paid and it would only go up to that amount? So it would go zero anyway. So singling out New Hampshire, am I making any sense based
So-
on what I heard?
So what you're describing is current law.
Okay.
The main credit is limited to the tax paid by the taxpayer in the other jurisdiction. And as you said, there is no tax paid. And so there is no credit for New Hampshire. What the CPAs, and that's true for all of these other states, California, Massachusetts, any of them where the entity pays the tax. What the governor's proposal does is it enacts a pass-through entity tax in Maine as a workaround, one that's connected between the pass-through entity tax and the individual tax and components that work together. And it expands the tax credit for credits paid to other jurisdictions to work harmoniously with other states that have done that same kind of grouping, a similar dual system. Now, for states that haven't created that kind of system, like New Hampshire, it maintains current law. And I think one kind of aspect of this is it's creating a whole new system for Maine where we're building out something new. And what the governor has proposed could be thought of as laying that foundation, right? It does what's necessary to get the system in place so businesses and their partners can start using a salt cap workaround. Could there be modifications in the future? Could there be adjustments? Yes, there could. I'm sure other states have come back and modified theirs. But this system that has been proposed works. It perhaps doesn't do everything that everybody would want it to do, but it's something that we can get up and get running and go from there.
Senator Bickford was next and then Representative Sayre.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To simplify what Rep. Rudnicki was bringing up and what the CPAs have brought to us is, if me and my brother own a home building company and we build some of our houses in New Hampshire and we make $100,000 in profit, our company pays tax on that $100,000, and then we both pay tax in Maine of $50,000 apiece. So what the CPAs are showing us is basically we're being taxed twice for that same $100,000. That's what we're trying to get around by making New Hampshire included as other states are in the pass-through entity tax. I'm hoping that that is a simple way of explaining it. And maybe Olga can address us on that and tell me if I'm right in my analogy.
Well, Mr. D'Alessandro, do you want to comment on that first?
Yeah.
Well, I think it's important to be clear in our language, and I understand what you're saying. I would not call it double taxation, but
No.
from kind of a constitutional standpoint, that's an important distinction. But you're accurately describing how that works.
Mr. D'Alessandro, so we've had LD 191 around for a long time. And I just don't remember hearing about this issue until like lately. And was the language that the sponsor had in LD 191 consistent with what we're hearing from the CPAs now regarding this New Hampshire situation or not?
So the specific New Hampshire language was in some of the proposed amendments to 191, but it was not in the original 191.
Thank you. And I did miss a couple work sessions, I think, on it, so I missed that. Representative Sarah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am very much in line with the course of thinking that Representative Brudnicki and Senator Bickford have followed. The thing that I'm hanging up on is what you have expressed. And so I'm going to say this and seek your clarification or confirmation on that, that if we were to accept the modification in the CPA's proposed amendment that provides an explicit exception that the New Hampshire business profits tax shall be deemed substantially similar to the tax imposed by such subchapter. If we were to do that, that with some reasonable degree of likelihood could create unintended consequences that this committee is not, well, I was about to say that we're not intending. The very definition that has unintended consequences that we should not do lightly. Am I understanding that correctly?
So right now we have a firm line in statute, which does provide a level of clarity. And expanding that line, the text before you talks about New Hampshire. It's not just New Hampshire. And then there are taxes that are not exactly income taxes. When you lose the bright line, there does become some degree of uncertainty. Though I would say that New Hampshire probably is the largest block.
Representative Sayer and then Representative Quint.
Yep, thank you. So I just want to express where I am on this because this discomfort around what we might be doing by changing a bright line to a fuzzy line, by making this one exception around New Hampshire, is I fear making the perfect the enemy of the good and interfering with the progress that we are about to make by adopting pass-through entity tax. And as I read through Mr. Santo's illustration, if we move forward with a CPA proposal, actually, this is going to be a question for Mr. Santos, so I think I'll defer that until we've moved on from that, because I'm still trying to wrap my head around whether or not it's wise to try to accept this New Hampshire exception. I recognize it is the one state we border. It is a state with whom many Mainers do business, have businesses. It would be lovely to solve this problem. But the concern that we continue to hear from Mr. D'Alessandro gives me concern about doing something that would have an impact that we're not factoring in.
Representative Quinn.
I was hoping not to have to speak. I'm numb halfway here.
Oh,
I know. So if you can't understand me, I'm sorry. So other states do business with New Hampshire in regards to this tax, correct? Like they recognize like a relationship where this tax goes through. Am I right?
There are states that go both ways, yes.
Okay. And do we deal with those states that go both ways?
So right now we just allow a credit for taxes that the individual pays.
Mm-hmm.
And so that would exclude all pass-through entity taxes. Under this proposal, it would include those pass-through entity taxes that are similar to the one proposed here, where you have the two levels of the pass-through entity tax in the individual tax.
Right. I'm going like with the proposal, other states that would do this, and we're dealing with those same states that allow New Hampshire or that would do the same with New Hampshire. I'm just confused as to why we're an outlier. I understand that there could be unintended consequences, but it's confusing to me how if other states can deal with New Hampshire and we deal with those states and there's no problem there, like what is is there a specific problem that I'm not understanding? And I'm sorry, I missed some of the earlier discussion, so I'm playing catch up.
Well, I don't think that we're saying that it's an impossible thing to accomplish, right? Massachusetts does it. It is something that this legislature could decide to do.
And follow up.
Yep.
But is there, because we're hearing some concerns, like, is there something specific that you can put your finger on? Or, explain what a potential problem would be for doing it?
So I'll try to answer you the best I can. We spent considerable amount of time talking about this salt cap, the New Hampshire issue. This bill is extremely complicated. There's a lot more going on this bill than New Hampshire. And this is kind of a side issue to what is a kind of a sea change in how we would treat pass-throughs in Maine. And there's, I think, some getting this right first and then tackling kind of the nearby, the adjacent issues. There's some that may be a better approach from at least our standpoint.
Representative Harriman?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I guess could I ask, is there an issue specifically with New Hampshire, or is the fact that you're concerned that expanding to this tax in New Hampshire, which is not exactly an individual income tax, opens the door to other taxes in other jurisdictions that aren't the same, and that line could start to get fuzzy? I guess I'm trying to determine if that's the issue, or if there isn't an issue specifically with New Hampshire.
Right, and so the amendment language here calls out the New Hampshire business profits tax specifically. And that's not normally how we would draft a statute. So we would think of what is the class? What are the parameters of that class? How can we describe it in statute, and what will fit within it? And so I'm not sure what the degree of risk is in that process, but that's not a process that's been completed. And it's not exactly a simple process. And calling out a specific tax does raise the question to me of what else is similar. Can we really draw the line at just one, or are similar ones going to get pulled in as well? And I'm not saying that the risk there is, I'm not sure how big the risk is there, but I would think that you would spend some time, describe what the scope of that class is, and put that scope into a statute.
I don't think I have anything I want to add to that. Fair. Representative Sayer, you had a question you wanted to direct to Mr. Santos, I think. Is that still active?
Yes, it did. I did have a question I wanted to ask Mr. Santo, if Mr. Santo is present.
Oh. Santos singular, sorry. Santos.
Yep.
Oh,
Hi.
Thank you, Mr. Santo. So I'm working through the scenario he shared with us, and my question is, which two columns should I be comparing if I want to compare the MRS proposed, how to ask the question. Scenario 2 is labeled MRS proposal. Scenario 3 is listed CPA proposal. Scenario 4 is CPA proposal, New Hampshire. So is that, if I wanted to do, does the comparison of any of these two columns permit me to compare the impact of passing a PTET with this exception language regarding New Hampshire and without this exception language regarding New Hampshire? You know what I'm saying?
Not sure. I'm completely
Okay.
following.
What we're dealing with here is the question is, there's a provision in the proposal from this Maine Society of CPAs that some of us are hanging up on, and we're hearing from MRS that they'd prefer not to do that now because of lack of clarity about what else it might entail if it were to be done. And so I'm asking, is one of these columns the CPA proposal with the New Hampshire provision included, and is one without the New Hampshire? No.
No, the purpose of the New Hampshire column was just to illustrate that there really wouldn't be any difference in this versus another state with similar tax rates. So
Then why would we be carving out New Hampshire in the bill?
Yeah. And maybe some added context to sort of the background behind why we're pushing so hard for New Hampshire.
Yeah, why are you? You're a Mainer. JK.
So, I mean, it's obviously business friendly. But ultimately, if you're an individual that has, let's say, a Schedule C, which is a sole proprietorship, a discredited entity, whatever you want to call it, and you have to file, your business does business in New Hampshire, you get a tax credit for those taxes you paid in New Hampshire. But if suddenly you add somebody else to that business, now you're a partnership, maybe an S corp, now you don't get that credit. The money's still coming out of your business, effectively your pocket, but you're not going to get a credit simply because now you've changed your structure slightly. The reason why we were tying this to the past due entity tax is that most of these past due entity taxes create a tax at the entity level now, similar to what New Hampshire does. New Hampshire taxes the company and you get a deduction at the federal level. Well, now we're saying, all right, we're going to do that with all the states that also call their tax a past due entity tax. But for some reason, we're not going to include New Hampshire. Didn't make sense to us, especially when you look at how those other taxes are getting calculated, which effectively is you start with federal income, adjust for the state modifications. It's all an income tax. That's what all those other states are doing. It's just New Hampshire has historically not called theirs a past due entity tax because it wasn't a thing, umpteen years ago. And now it's basically doing the exact same thing that the past due entity elections are doing with all the other states. Just for some reason, New Hampshire is not, is basically being excluded because they don't have an individual income tax. Which again, if you're an individual with your own business and you file a New Hampshire business return, you get a tax credit. So.
Follow up with Representative Sayer and then.
So you've heard Mr. D'Alessandro indicate his discomfort with doing this now. Is there anything that you can offer that would relieve that discomfort by way of explanation or your understanding of the situation?
No, I mean, I don't understand the discomfort, I guess, because again, it's the same thing that all the other states are doing. They're all getting this entity level deduction that New Hampshire's always done. There's just an income tax part of that now, an individual income tax credit part of that for those states. New Hampshire doesn't have an income tax at the individual level. But again, that hasn't been an issue in the past when you're an individual filing in New Hampshire. You've gotten a tax credit for that at Maine. So again, if we're now allowing businesses to take the deductions, that's where we kind of came to the conclusion of tacking this on with the past due entity.
Yep.
So back to your illustration, scenario 2 then is the MRS proposal, which shows a taxpayer getting about $2,200 in tax relief from the current no PTET situation.
No, that's
22,000?
No, I'm comparing the cash out
Sorry.
from the taxpayer's pocket of 25,000 with no PTET and 22,800 with PTET. So it's a $2,200 difference.
Thank you.
Am I reading that
Yes,
correctly?
yeah.
And then the state of Maine getting about a $1,500 bump from that same thing. That's what we would accomplish. If we were to accept your proposal, the this illustration improves by $1,400 to the taxpayer and $1,000 to the state of Maine. Well, I honestly don't understand what replaces California with New Hampshire.
Right.
So if scenario 3 is if it's California, scenario 4 is if it's New Hampshire.
Yes.
Okay. The state of Maine comes out the same, the taxpayer under this scenario, but that does not correspond to what we were hearing from MRS that was indicating we make this change and the state of Maine receives 6 million less in taxes. I believe that's what we heard from.
It was 6 million for this issue, 1 million for the tax base. Difference. Yeah.
So that's a puzzle to me. The taxpayer gets an additional, well, compared to the MRS proposal, $3,000. You know, it's a significantly more lucrative change for the taxpayer with New Hampshire business rather than the MRS proposal, or if they had business in another state other than New Hampshire. But can you help me understand why this illustration shows the same tax being paid to Maine, but MRS is saying that Maine would lose 6 million in tax revenue if this change were made?
Certainly, in Maine's proposal, they would continue to tax this New Hampshire income in full, which most of us would consider double taxation. I think from maybe a very strict reading of the law, maybe that's not the case, but talk to anybody, they're getting taxed twice.
So just to ask Representative Sayers' question a different way, he's not asking the difference between column 2 and column 4. He's saying that MRS modeled that if we did the New Hampshire language that you wanted, it's a $6 million difference, not between the other changes in the two proposals, but strictly that change. And so that's what's not resonating with us about column 3 and column 4.
Right. So column 3, column 4 was to highlight that if everything was equal in terms of pulling in New Hampshire, that a state, similar tax rates, there isn't a difference in sort of the impact to the state of Maine from that standpoint. However, there is the additional impact that Maine would no longer be taxing that New Hampshire income, which wouldn't be picked up in this simply because, that, I guess I could add something similar to that to this calculation, but this was just a highlight within the CPA proposal that New Hampshire's credit tax for taxes paid to other jurisdictions would line up.
Representative Sayer.
So I'm going to ask this very simply. These two columns both have the same tax inflow to the state of Maine. How does that square with, one, the state of Maine saying they'd receive $6 million less, and you saying it would eliminate double taxation? Wouldn't the tax inflow to the state of Maine from these two different illustrations be different if the state of Maine is not actually collecting $6 million less? What am I missing here?
So, yeah, I mean, if I was to pull this in with, if we were to maybe drop in a different structure with New Hampshire under Maine revenues proposal, then probably would see a much different number because the double taxation would continue. So Maine would get to still tax that New Hampshire income.
I get it. Column 3 is just not the way, it's not the thing to compare to column 4 to answer your question. There need to be a column 5.
I think
Which
so,
is
yeah.
everything else the CPA has proposed, but this New Hampshire bit, that would be how we could compare, and that doesn't exist. Senator Bickford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the $6 million, basically what you're saying is, I'm gonna go back to the two brothers that make $100,000 in New Hampshire. They pay, the business pays $7,500 to New Hampshire for their business tax. And then they each pay income tax in Maine of $50,000 each. That's where the $6 million comes from, because all of a sudden, we're not gonna tax them on money they already paid New Hampshire tax on. That's $6 million.
Correct.
And I have no problem at all having the state lose $6 million because they're double taxing individuals that happen to be a partnership versus a sole proprietor.
Representative Sarah?
I have no problem with that either. What I do have a problem with is this suggestion that we may be creating unintended consequences elsewhere in the tax code. And I'm just.
Well, I think the issue is that it's not appropriate in the law, as I understand it, to say, call out a specific state. You have to define what is a class that state fits into. You can't just say, oh, for the purposes of like, no, they don't. They don't. That is added.
If I could speak to that a little.
Yeah, that's where I think that's where there's an issue, because we can't just say, oh, Massachusetts, we're going to treat you like this, New Hampshire, this, Connecticut, this. You have to define who the. You have to define that entity in a different way than calling it out by name.
Certainly. I will point out that Massachusetts does call out the New Hampshire BPT by name as well. But I think the concern is that there are states that have a, I'd say a non-income based approach. So if I pick on Texas, they will tax businesses at what they would basically call gross receipts. They call it a franchise tax, but it's effectively gross receipts. Ohio has a similar. And then there's some states like Tennessee that they do not tax wages. They'll tax other income, but they won't tax wages. So there are some quirks there. But from a from a pure comparison point, New Hampshire is a income-based tax. If you were to pull out the main corporate tax return, you would be able to basically line for line go right down the New Hampshire BPT. If you pull out the Massachusetts business returns, again, line by line, you could pretty much line it right up income tax. Every states have a little bit of their own quirks, modifications that are in their own law, but generally speaking, that's all income tax, which is why we specifically called out the New Hampshire as opposed to any other states. Nevada's another one that also is more of a gross receipts tax as well. We would love it if all the states would be much more in line.
Other questions for Mr. Santo at this time? Representative Matlack.
I think we are not CPAs. And I think Representative White makes a good point, which is let's build the car and add the accessories later. So I'd like to get the PTET passed as the state has indicated. And not deal with New Hampshire and not deal with moving the initiative to 2025 and leave it at 2026. I think we can, if not next session, maybe wait until everything settles out. But at least have a solid program and then add the finer points later on when we understand more fully, or MRS can cope with the remaining variables that we're talking about.
Representative Matlack, that seemed like an awful lot like a motion.
It is actually. I would like to make that motion, please.
Okay, there's a motion from Representative Matlack. Is it seconded by Representative White? Yes. So the motion, as I understood it, was to, well, let's clarify this. So regarding the question around effective tax years, have that be prospective.
Right, 26.
Regarding the question around the interaction with other states, PTETs, do what Maine Revenue Services proposed.
Yes.
Regarding the tax base, there's a difference there, including only the Maine Revenue Services is including only the main sourced income in the base, and the CPA is proposed to have the entire income tax base be included, I believe. Did you have a comment on that?
No, but Rep. Sayer does.
Okay, well, I feel like we gotta build the motion really clearly for the benefit of the public and our staff.
Let me look at that one. Yes, for the CPAs, it conforms to the PTET base, the entire individual fiduciary income tax base. Yes.
Okay, so just, yep, so at this point, Representative Matlack's motion is including agreeing with the CPA proposal on the tax base. Representative Friedman.
I'm wondering if Representative Matlack would consider a PTET tax credit rate the same as Connecticut's at 87.5%, which would generate another $5 million a year for Maine.
Representative Matlack.
No, thank you. Not right now. I want to keep it as simple as possible.
Okay. And then regarding the other items where I believe that there was consensus between Maine Revenue Services and the CPAs, Rep. Matlack, do you want to adopt the amended language that the CPAs had on those items?
I'm sorry, Sagan.
Which items?
There were other, the blue lines, I believe there was more in the blue lines than just related to those three things.
Right.
And my understanding was that there was consensus on those items. And so I'm asking if that's true. And if so, can we adopt the blue lines in the CPA's amendment, which
Without
the
without
blue
the
lines
language on
were,
page.
yeah, the blue lines were edits to what was in the governor's proposed budget.
Right.
And some of them, I think, were things that Maine Revenue Services said, yeah, that's fine with us.
Right.
And then there were these other points. And so I want to make sure if that's the case, that we're including that language that there's consensus on.
Yes, I would include the language where there is consensus, but
And maybe we're gonna need to just just look at each of those lines and just say, yes, did everyone agree? And yes, that's in. Because we've got to, I mean, our analysts have got to know how to draft this. It's where I'm trying to get to.
yes, I understand entirely.
Okay. But I think that we're in at least we have a motion on the table and we can sort of refine that.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I would say I was interested in the 87.5%. However, with this New Hampshire question mark out there that I would hope to resolve at a later date, and the fact that that would cost us money and the 87.5% would save us money, maybe if we leave those both out, then if a future legislature decides to do something there, then they could have a more revenue neutral way to make that proposal, as opposed to trying to pass a bill that then has to go to the appropriations table and et cetera, et cetera. So I guess I'm articulating out loud. I've changed my thinking around the 87.5% because that might be an important lever at a later date.
Right. Thank you.
It's right
Yeah, yeah.
there. We got to be careful.
Yep.
Okay, so I'd just like to quickly go through this language on February 26th draft for the benefit of those that have to pick up the pieces from this work session. And I think what we're gonna need to do is just ask Maine Revenue Services if they agree with what the CPA language is. So I'd like to bring maybe Daniel up if that's all right. And thank you, Mr. Santos.
Thank you.
Santo, sorry, I keep,
It's a common.
just kind of rolls off the tongue. Thank you so much. Well, yeah, if there's another person or if we need to take a break to get clear on it. Yeah,
Before we vote, we want to talk
okay. Well, so
after you get settled and everything's done.
let me just ask Maine Revenue Services team, would it be helpful if we took a break? And we just need to know which of these lines. Yes, absolutely. We'll go on a break for 5. Let's do 10 minutes. Nobody needs to stress here. Okay, we're going to continue with our work on the pass-through entity tax here in the Taxation Committee. So I'm looking at the February 26th blue lined version of the bill, which was the CPA's proposed edits to the governor's supplemental budget language. And I want to just go through every place that they proposed to change. Hear from Maine Revenue Services, make sure we're clear. If there's consensus between the two, I propose that we use the CPA language and not discuss it, because I just feel like if they have consensus, feels right to me. Okay, so the first one was A and the distributive share of income. Daniel.
So there's a little movement at different places in here. My understanding of the amendment, kind of the big over parts of it, was not to make it retroactive, not to expand it to New Hampshire, but to use the CPA's sourcing. All right, so this first change on the first page that has to do with the sourcing. This isn't quite how we would draft it, but we can run language by the CPAs and your analyst.
Yep.
That
So
is
the intent
consistent.
of this language change you concur with?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if we need to nitpick the specific details, but we're just trying to give our analyst team, the guidance of where to be making the changes.
Right, on the next page under E.
Yep.
That's also related to the sourcing, where you will have edits, but that's also sourcing.
Okay.
Election here is the retroactivity, so that would be out.
Yep.
Yep. And then in imposition, that would also be out.
Okay.
Under 4, it says on an aggregated basis. So this one, we don't, so in the governor's proposal, we would get the income tax that the PTET paid to other jurisdictions would be reported to us, broken out by partner. We don't need that with non-resident partners. So non-resident partners could be out. We do feel like if we got it broken out for the resident partners, that would be simpler.
Take care of that work.
So just to clarify that, is it enough to say we want resident partners to be separate and non-resident to be aggregated? Is that enough to say to then get the draft right?
That's enough for me.
Steve, maybe you should come up too. Thank you.
Can we just run through that one more time?
Yep. So maybe Daniel, you'd be in a better position to talk about that.
So this is reporting on the returns. And this is what information would be reported to MRS. On the CPAs where this is a tax that pass-through entity paid to the other jurisdictions. And the CPAs had suggested that that be aggregated. We don't have any problem with aggregating the amount that would go to non-residents, but feel it would be better to keep the reporting for ones that would be to the residents.
I do see a comment from Mr. Santo about that. I guess we want to hear what that is. Just so we can get clarity here.
Hi. Our concern with that is no other state does that. And currently, I guess the closest thing we would have is the composite tax filings. And we don't require that with composite tax filings. So we're confused why there would be extra work here, where it's been working fine with composite returns and looping that in as part of when the individual owner would file their personal return. So we would like to see no reporting of other states, just as it's an extra administrative burden to the taxpayer.
reporting of other states? I think, isn't that different than the aggregation of the partners? Like,
From my understanding, what Daniel was just proposing was the non-residents would be kind of aggregated, but that for the individual resident owners, they would be reporting each state.
my understanding that they'd be reporting separately from each other, not as one entity. Am I wrong about that? Daniel, can you come back up? My understanding was like MRS doesn't want the entity to come in as one unit and there's all these partners under it, and then they got to parse out who's what.
Right, so the pass-through entity would, the way that we're proposing, the pass-through entity would report how much tax they paid to the other jurisdictions, broken out for each of their resident partners. And then we'd use that information when the resident partner claimed a tax credit for the tax paid to that other jurisdiction, we'd be able to automatically match that up, as opposed to requesting it from the partner and going through a manual process.
I think it makes sense. Representative Matlock.
Yeah, and how is this different from what Mr. Santo was referencing with regard to another aggregate finding?
The composite returns are for non-residents, and we don't need it broken out for the non-residents. Other states have existing pass-through entity returns and existing K-1s that they receive. Maine doesn't have that. So we're building out that capability here. And so there are some differences from other states. But the goal here is to get that information up front, being able to automatically match it up and process the returns quickly.
Senator Bickford?
So once you have that, you will be able to, in the future, will be able to change this to aggregated. Is that right? That's what I'm understanding from you now. You're going to be building that data.
Well, so that would be a yearly thing that we would measure. Certainly after we have the system in place, you could look at changing that.
I guess my opinion at this time is it's in my interest is to make this as easy to set up and administer for Maine Revenue Services. And if it means that an accountant has to do some more paperwork. Job security. Representative Swallow.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What this basically does is take out a step for you, correct, in trying to get this information. It's just passed through from the business entity. You don't have to go back to the taxpayer and try to get this information.
Right, and it also if you get it all from the entity instead of from each partner, hopefully there's some efficiencies once on the taxpayer side too.
I see. Okay. So I think what we're looking at there is allowing an aggregated basis for non-residents, but only for non-residents. Does that sound okay? Consistent? Thank you, Daniel. Okay, the next blue line down there.
So that's the retroactivity again, that would.
Okay, that's out. Yeah.
The next one is the due dates for estimated tax installments. We're fine with that.
So that was the 12th to the 13th.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the final one was N4, and so that's the New Hampshire issue. So that would.
Okay, so those two different blue lines are
Yeah.
same issue, so those are out under this motion. Okay.
The changes are rejected.
Yeah, yeah, understood.
So the language state, yeah.
Okay, do we have all the information we need? We think we do. Okay. So is everyone clear on the motion as is now reflected by the changes we've gone through? Representative Swallow.
I just want to kind of reiterate, so I do make sure I understand.
Absolutely.
Okay, all retroactivity is gone. There's no retroactivity here whatsoever. What this is basically going to do, we're not going to give credit for the New Hampshire, what's income at this point. We're going to just forge ahead with the governor's proposal. This will result in a little more out of pocket to the taxpayer and a smaller PTE credit, basically. In the end, doesn't look like a huge amount of difference in taxes, cash out of pocket to the taxpayer. That's basically it in a nutshell, correct? Okay, thank you.
I think that's accurate. Senator Bickford has a question.
Thank you. Dan, you mentioned earlier when we were talking about the New Hampshire piece. You said several times unintended consequences. Can you give me an example of a consequence we could have had we decided to include New Hampshire?
So I think that calling out New Hampshire specifically leaves a question of what else is similar. We don't normally just pick one specific thing like that. And then the kind of what we would normally do is define the scope of taxes that would be included there and have that instead. And that work just hasn't been done, right? To figure out what a reasonable scope is, what should be in, what should be out. And kind of failing that, we just don't know what would be in or out.
But I think it is worth looking at in the future, personally. Representative Matlack.
Thank you. Did we want to move forward with the special revenue account that we were discussing, or do we want to ask AFA to do that for us?
I think we could amend the motion to include a recommendation that a portion of the incoming revenue be put in OSR to pay for the year two impact. If folks are interested. For the fact that it's gonna make money and then lose money and then flatten out. We had discussed recommending to appropriations that they could put some of the incoming money into an OSR to manage that.
So they could swipe in April next year, which they'll do.
Well, if they're swiping it to deal with, that would be basically the timing wouldn't be that far off, frankly.
Yeah.
I think we could put it in this motion and have it be a narrative part of our report back, or we could vote on it separately, but it wouldn't be. I mean, I guess we could draft it into the language, but is that too much work to do that, Steve, versus just narrating about it? Okay. Representative Matlack.
I'd like to add the OSR account to my motion.
Okay, I think we have to figure out how much money we want to put into it. 500 to start it, right? Does anybody have any idea on that based on the projections, which are a document that I can't find?
If memory serves, the year one estimate was like 56 million to the positive and year two was something like 20 million to the negative.
Well, I don't know that you need to necessarily say that. Could you just say that any funds that come in must be placed?
Well,
No,
I
I
don't
don't.
think we thought we needed to put it all in there because, okay, somewhere is a thing I'm looking for and I think it's in my hands. Yeah.
It's just which page.
Yes.
Oh, I like the idea of 50%.
So the FY 27 estimate was almost 60 million and the FY 28 was negative 22.5 million. 23 million-ish. So if you were to put half, that would certainly cover it and more. So pretty good, Representative White, pretty good. I think we have to say something. We can't just say make an OSR.
Yeah, understood.
I'm looking at Commissioner Clark's testimony. No. Her testimony we received at the public hearing had sort of the breakdown of all the fiscal estimates based on the language.
Oh. Thank you.
Does that sound okay? Representative Matlack, so you're amending your motion?
Yes, it does sound okay. The OSR for 50% of the initial revenues,
Yep.
first
To
year
be-
revenues.
To then be spent on the next fiscal year's downfall, whatever you want to call it. Shortfall. I had a.
Might be our.
It's true. We'll find out.
Okay. You ready?
I concur.
I think so. Steve, are you feeling like we're clear on?
Yeah, I assume you want me to work with MRS and any other interested party as well?
Yes, just especially on the sourcing language that there's agreement, but we got to get it dialed in. That's great. Okay, so everyone clear on the motion and ready for a vote? Okay, wow. All in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising your hands. We have Representative Swallow, Representative Harriman, Representative Quint, Representative Rudnicki, Representative Matlack, Representative Sayer, Senator Gurkowski, Senator Bickford, and Representative White. It's unanimous of those present. It was very dramatic. We do have a couple other items that are back in the conformity bucket, but I do want to ask committee members, we also have LD 191 that we're not actively in a work session on, but we could be at any moment. Our committee members, I guess I'd just like to open a work session on it and then we can debate it. I'm gonna do that. So I think our options are to put the exact same language in that bill or to ought not to pass the bill. We don't want to, I think, do something in between.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
And we
I'm,
passed the bill.
right, as a backup.
Regardless,
Can I make a motion?
Absolutely. Senator Bickford.
I make a motion not to pass as amended LD 191 with the exact same language that we just put in to part N.
Okay, that was from Senator Bickford and it was seconded by Representative Sayer very emphatically, although many others were interested. I don't know if there's any other clarifying information you need, but it will be a parallel effort. Okay, excellent. So all in favor, or any discussion? Have we worked this one enough? All in favor of passing LD 191 as proposed, we have Representative Swallow, Representative Harriman, Representative Quinn, Representative Rudnicki, Representative Matlack, Representative Sayer, Senator Gurkowski, Senator Bickford, and Representative White. Unanimous of those present. That was perfect timing, Representative. So we'll close a work session on LD 191. Thank you. I am intending to be done by 5, no question, but I would like to bring us back to the 3 items that remained in the conformity section of the supplemental budget. And let me just get my papers here. So those were items 10, 19, and 24 as were numbered in the document we received from MRS called the Consolidated Report. No, the Consolidated Report is the one that's numbered.
That's the 26th. February 26th. 26th, maybe.
Correct. The February 26th Consolidated Report on Main Tax Conformity.
Yeah.
So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Please, nobody else leave. Rep Quinn's coming back though, I think, right?
Okay,
Okay.
where are we going?
Okay, so number 10 was the R&D expense deduction. There was a motion on the floor from Representative Friedman, as I recall. His motion was to have the small businesses receive this deduction and not allow the larger businesses to receive it at all. Because Representative Friedman is not here to amend his motion anyway, I would just ask that we vote it down and then can kind of reopen discussion with the new motion. So all those in favor of Representative Friedman's motion?
No.
All those opposed? Okay, unanimous. Take care of that. Got a clean slate. So the governor had proposed that small businesses could immediately receive conformity on this R&D expense deduction and that the larger businesses would receive a phase in, which I think kept them whole. It was a timing question. So I don't know if anyone needs any more information on that or if we're feeling ready for a new motion, please feel welcome to make it. Representative Sayer.
I'd like to moving in the governor's proposal on R&D expense deduction.
Okay, there's a
Identified by number
motion.
10.
From Representative Sayer on that. Is there a second? Representative Matlock, thank you for the second. Okay. Any further debate or discussion? Senator Bickford.
At what year does, I'm trying to find it real quick, but it's easier to ask.
It's true.
Like being in the kitchen saying, where's the mayonnaise? And she says, did you move anything? No, it's easier to
Is
ask.
that what you're looking for?
What year does the larger businesses, what year are they able to take this full research and development? It's on here.
It's that table.
It's the phase in, but if somebody would come up and explain that would probably be helpful. Yeah.
So they can only claim partial until 2030?
That's
Is that
correct.
the way I'm reading that?
That's correct. They would be full conformity. I'm sorry, I'm Dan Pittman, Associate Tax Policy Counsel. Full conformity for large businesses and small businesses in 2030. If you look at, I think it's page 19 of Commissioner Clark's testimony.
Yeah.
There's a chart that shows how it would work for expenses incurred between now and then.
That's this one. Right. Oh, page 19
Page 19. No,
on Commissioner Clark's
Commissioner Clark?
testimony.
I'm sorry, my pagination is off. I think it's 25.
Okay, that is. the one I'm
that's
looking
better.
at.
Oh, next
This
page.
one here. So, and just to clarify, ultimately, when they reach full conformity from a tax filing perspective, everything will be synced up. Until then, they're going to get the full benefit. It's just meted out over a different number of years than if we conformed instantaneously. Is that correct?
That's
Like, it's not reducing the amount of money.
Yeah.
Senator Bickford?
thank you. Yeah, I'm not willing to make them wait that long. We have a lot of businesses in Maine that spend a lot of money on research and development. And when you have an expense as a business, generally, you're able to write that off at the end of the year as an expense. Research and development shouldn't be any different. And I can't go along with this. I have to at least see all businesses able to fully comply, if not this year, at least by January 1st of 2027. I can't see it playing out until 2030. That's my own soapbox opinion, but
Fair. Is there any other information committee members need before voting on this motion? Okay, all those in favor of moving this item in as proposed by the supplemental budget R&D expense deduction, please indicate by raising your hands. We have Representative Harriman, Representative Matlack, Representative Sayer, and Senator Grahowski. All those who are opposed, Representative Swallow, Representative Quint, Representative Rudnicki, and Senator Bickford. For those opposed, your preference would be
So,
Senator Bickford?
yeah, I would like to see research and development by all businesses fully conform to actually this year, 2026, January 1st, if that's what you guys go along with, this tax year. So they can't go back for 2025, but at least they can start this year. And we have to have tax policy in Maine that's predictable and
Okay, we're just
practical.
sticking to the motion here, or
Oh,
the
sorry.
report. I know you're trying to sell it to your colleagues, but. So just to be clear, they could take the tax treatment starting January,
Tax year.
January 2026. So they're, okay. Is that
All.
clear for our analysts? Okay. Okay, Representative Swallow.
Do you have a question? As far as the small businesses, they can go retroactive still?
Retroactive, like in the bill, yeah.
And the large business is 2026 on. Okay, thank you.
Okay, now is everyone that voted against the motion in consensus with Senator Bickford? Okay. All four members are with that
All right, thank you.
report. Excellent. Okay. So next was number 19. This was the expansion of qualified small business stock gain exclusion. There was, as I recall, no motion on this one on the floor. Is there a motion or any questions? Senator Bickford.
The governor's proposal is to directly conform, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, I'll move that in.
So Senator Bickford has moved in row number 19 there, to fully conform, which is the governor's proposal. Is there a second? Second by Representative Swallow. Thank you. Any questions, debate, discussion on this? Representative Rednicki.
We've done so much of this, so I don't remember what this one is. If somebody can just kind of.
I think you're gonna like it. No, just kidding.
Short, very shortly, very small, just letting me know what that is.
Yeah, if I may, qualified small business stock, the 2025 Act expanded and made a little bit more generous a provision that's been in the law for some time. The provision allows people who receive stock in what the federal government defines as small businesses. Under the old law, it was 50 million in assets. Now would be $75 million in assets. They can, if they hold them for a long enough period, used to be 5 years, they get 100%. Now it adds a couple of other tiers, but they can sell that stock and the gain is excluded. They get to exclude the capital gain under certain circumstances.
Okay, I remember that. I remember that now. Okay, yes, I remember. Thank you.
Feels like an eon ago that we discussed it
Yeah, I
last.
know. That's why I'm like,
Representative Harriman.
Thank you. And then the table in our paperwork here has 000 and then a loss of 145,000, but then it was approximately 3 or 4 million after year 2029.
Let me answer that in 2 ways. While I stall to find the actual number, the reason the fiscal note is odd on that is because the new treatment only applies to stock issued in 25. I apologize.
Oops.
The reason the fiscal note is odd on that is that the new treatment only applies to stock issued after 25, after I think it was July 3rd, 2025, and held for 3 years. So there's no action at all for the first few years, and then it gets expensive. And I'm looking for the fiscal note now, but I'm sure. I mean, you were looking in the right place, so. Yeah, so it starts picking up in 2029 and gets more expensive thereafter.
And just a quick clarification on that. I think I recalled reading it was like 3 to 4 million annually, but does it kind of flatten out or does it?
Our expectation is that it would be. I believe it is our expectation that it would be reasonably flat. It's always going to be, the year that Amazon goes public and they're about the main Amazon goes public, it would be difficult to project, but it should be more or less.
Okay. Any further questions on this? The motion is to move it in, which is full conformity. All those in favor of the motion, please indicate by raising your hands. We have Representative Swallow, Representative Harriman, Representative Quint, Representative Rudnicki, Representative Matlack, Representative Sayer, Senator Grabowski, and Senator Bickford. That's unanimous of those present. Thank you. And I can't believe it, you guys. The last item.
So excited.
We're going to have more to talk about, but the last item that was given to us as our to-do list, which is different than the to-do list I've made for us, is number 24. Number 24 is the permanent renewal and enhancement of opportunity zones. And we did not have a motion on the floor on that one, I don't think. Senator Bickford.
I'll make a motion to move that in.
Okay, Senator Bickford has moved to move 24 in, seconded by Representative Rudnicki. Okay, great. Any debate or discussion, questions? Representative Swallow.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. This one I'm not so sure is going to really draw any businesses to these zones. I did some research the other night on it, and even the conservative think tanks can't come up with any basis that it really does draw business. What it does is just somebody that's going to basically invest there anyway gets a break. I couldn't find anything where it really seems to be effective. And as much as it doesn't sound like me, because it really, I can't find the effectiveness of it. I don't see that. It's pretty hard to direct businesses where to invest. So I don't support the motion.
Thank you, Representative Swallow. Representative Sayer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As usual, Rep Swallow and I are on the same page.
you know, I just, there is not strong evidence this has been an effective program. I tried to dig into the detail on the changes that have been made in OB3. But I remain skeptical that this is a valuable tax expenditure.
Senator Bickford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My understanding, didn't this replace opportunity zones? Didn't this replace the pine tree zones that we had?
No.
That's there ago.
Yep. Pine Tree
Okay.
was a state program that was replaced by another state program. If we were not to conform on this, Mainers who are investing in opportunity zones would still get a federal tax benefit from that. So it's not like there's nothing we can do about federal tax returns, I guess I would say, just to clarify, because I didn't want there to be confusion that if the state did not support this at the state level, that it meant there would be no opportunity zones in Maine, for instance. They would exist for taxpayers to invest in for the federal tax treatment and benefit of that. Representative Clint?
I just have a question about the opportunity zones. So is that actually like a credit they're given towards taxes, or is it a refundable credit, or how exactly are they profiting from the opportunity zones?
The advantage to investors comes in two ways. To make this work, to get the investment, to get the benefit of this federal program, you invest. It only makes sense to do it when you have a big capital gain. So perhaps you've sold your business, you've sold a lot of stock, you have a big capital gain you're going to pay tax on. That gets deferred. So that's one benefit. And related to that, if you hold it long enough, under the new law, under the new Opportunity Zone program, 10% of your basis gets written up. So effectively 10% of your gain never gets taxed, and the rest of it gets taxed 5 years from now. Plus, what you're doing essentially is taking this money that from whatever you've sold to make your capital gain, you're rolling that over into another investment. And under the federal program, if you hold that new investment long enough, any appreciation, any 100% of the appreciation on that investment gets excluded from your taxable income. So it's not a credit, but it is a substantial amount of income where A, you don't get taxed on it immediately, B, 10% of it, if you hold it long enough, 10% of it doesn't get taxed at all, and C, whatever appreciation you get from that new investment vehicle doesn't get taxed at all.
Thank
Senator Bickford?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Opportunity Zone program is made stricter. Going forward, qualifying zones will have to be at or below 70% of the median income. So if this program is not going to work, then it's not going to cost the state any money. If it is going to work, we're going to see development, hopefully, in rural areas that are 70% of median income. So because it hasn't worked in the past, it hasn't been in effect long enough to really show any progress. So I'm in favor of it.
Representative Sayer?
If I may, a comment and then a question for Mr. Pittman. The current policy is 80% of the poverty level. So it's been in. It's a modest change. I don't see how that would necessarily make the programs more effective. The second thing, Mr. Pittman, for confirmation or correction, this does not limit in any way Maine's ability to create opportunity zones, because there's no nexus between who the state of the investor and the state of the investment necessarily. So this is Maine can still create opportunity zones. Investors can still invest in Maine's opportunity zones. It just means that Maine investors would get the federal credit if they invest in opportunity zones. They wouldn't get an additional credit from the state of Maine if we don't read this in. Do I have that right?
Yes, you do.
That's why I want to get the state.
Right, but Mainers, so if we were to conform, let me see if this is correct. A Mainer who is benefiting from this, it could be because they put the investment in some other state. There's nothing that ties that tax treatment, the the investor makes to the fact the investment has to be made in Maine. Like this could benefit other places.
You're correct. And I would go beyond that to say my understanding, based on reading the secondary literature, my understanding of how this worked in the first program, by definition, you're investing in a relatively risky investment, right? The reason we're incentivizing development in these opportunity zones is because it's not as attractive a place to invest without the incentive. So what most people that participated in this program did, as I understand it, was they tried to diversify. So it would be surprising if anyone put all of their money just in one Maine-based project. What they're going to do is invest with a fund that's going to have projects all over the country, is my expectation.
Yeah. Any other questions on this? Are folks ready to vote? Okay, so the motion was to move the item in to fully conform as was proposed by the governor. All those in favor of that motion, please indicate by raising your hands.
As usual, I'm with the governor.
Senator Bickford, look at that. That was historic.
I'm the only one. I'll withdraw my motion.
Everyone should feel welcome to vote how they want.
All right.
Senator Bickford has voted in, and all those who are opposed to the motion, please indicate by raising your hands. Representative Swallow, Representative Harriman, Representative Quint, Representative Rednicki, Representative Matlack, Representative Sayer, and Senator Grahowski. My opinion is to just move it out without any qualification. But did anyone else have a different report they want to be on? Okay. So that that wraps that up. Okay. Mr. Pittman.
I promise to keep this very short, and I don't want to abuse the committee's
Did
time.
we forget something?
No, I want to make a slight amendment to my testimony from yesterday, if I may, to clarify something that I talked with Representative Swallow about, if that would be okay. I'll keep it very brief.
Sure.
We were discussing the possibility, I'm looking now at items, I believe it's 9 and 10 on the report. It was bonus depreciation and qualified production property. I'm sorry, 8 and 9. And you had asked me whether it would be possible, I believe it was you and I had been talking about in any case, whether it would be possible to do 9, but not 8. And I told you that that we hadn't really considered that, but that I was quite concerned, that I thought it would be very difficult. My colleagues and I have put our heads together a little bit today and reconsidered that. And I probably was overstating the difficulty of doing 9, but not 8. It would certainly be complicated. It would certainly be complicated, but it is probably feasible. And I don't want to give the impression that it wouldn't be. I would note a couple of things if we want to go down that list, go down that route, or consider going down that route. And by the way, my recollection is that there was a split minority position on whether or not to do them both or to do them separately. So I think this clarification that I'm trying to give is relevant to that. I would add, as you think about that, first of all, a background on bonus depreciation. It's a program that allows different levels. It's now set permanently at 100% of immediate depreciation for relatively short-lived assets. Traditionally, it's been 20-year or under assets. What the OBBBA did is a couple of things. One thing, it made bonus depreciation permanent at 100%. And secondly, it added this qualified production property as a temporary addition to the sorts of things that are eligible for bonus depreciation. And this is usually much longer lived production property. So whereas bonus depreciation was generally for short-lived stuff, this would mostly be affecting 39-year property. And I just want to emphasize that unlike bonus depreciation as a rule, which is now permanent in the federal tax law, this one is another one that the OBBBA phases out after 3 years. Excuse me. So this would only be if we did conform with 9, but not 8, that would be something that would be a 3-year conformity period. And then, who knows what Congress does at that point. So thank you for the opportunity to clear that up. I just wanted to make sure that we didn't overstate difficulty.
Thank you.
I appreciate the intellectual integrity.
Thank you.
Always. Does that information change any member's position on that, or do you want to think about it? Okay. So we certainly could reconsider, but we won't for the sake of it. Somebody is interested. Okay, so that does conclude the work on the items in the supplemental budget that were proposed. I'm not going to do it right now, but it's still on my mind that I would like to take the opportunity when we communicate to AFA to point out any items that are on the table, on the appropriations table that we think are, need urgent consideration, for ongoing funds, for instance. I would propose we look at that tomorrow. And Representative Sayer and I have made the decision to postpone tomorrow's work sessions because our analysts need time to be able to put all of this that we've done today and yesterday into the memo for AFA. And so we're not going to do that. But I think what maybe we'll do is have the public hearing that's scheduled. Then we can discuss those table items and then be done. Rest of the afternoon for you guys to work on the memos, and we can hopefully review that over email perhaps or something. Senator Bickford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when we look at the items that we want to kind of grade as top priority, second, third priority, are we going to have a list that we're going to be able to see what we voted on this year and put to AFA?
So we did have a list we distributed last week. That was everything already on the table.
I didn't see.
We could maybe get that emailed. Okay, that'd be great. And then there are obviously other bills that are in different places, but they're all things we worked on this year. So hopefully you have some recollection of it. My idea here was not, let's send them $50 million of things, but there are things on the table that really are small dollar amounts that I really, really, really hope this committee doesn't have to keep trying to work because they're really important for the stakeholders involved. And I mean, that's true at all the scales, but I had an interest because I think that the governor really gets to have the say in the budget, and I want the legislature to have more of a say, that this is an opportunity for us to continue to insert our interests. You found it. Helena found it.
Welcome back.
We love that. We could probably make some photocopies. So with that being said, we'll see you all tomorrow, 1 for public hearing. Thank you for the immense amount of focus, good questions, debate, et cetera, that we've been through with this big work project. With that, I will adjourn the meeting.